slowdown point currently is at level 200. Like heavy slowdown. Seeing like 200 per run. It allows them 2 points per run for investing then. And then gradually increasing that amount. Should take. I think it actually sounds good. I think 40k sounds good. For a reasonable, like, you really don't need to go past that. It's just not necessary. You can, it's just not necessary. We can give it a test. We'll go with that. This will just be one. Endless cap on that. I actually think they have an infinite, don't they? They have an infinite? Infinity, yeah. Legit. Actually, that works. Scale rate, dumbass. I'm going to get myself ready for a break. My brain just kind of shut off. We have what we're doing, so when we come back, I'm going to finish this out here, and then I'm going to start to implement all of that over into all of these things here and such like that, or into this and everything. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Okay, and I was muted the whole time. Okay. I was muted the whole time. I got everything all set up there. We're good to go now. And be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. Help with that early algorithm. And let's get started on reworking this. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Baker, you should have closed down all these damn things before. I know I should have. Listen, let's not talk about it. Okay. First thing first, you. And then next, we're just gonna look at mission 1 for right now, and we can just adjust off of there. Okay. And we want leveling. Let's start with that. That off. That off. Alright. I wonder why that wasn't working. Oh my god, it's less than 32? I didn't have a greater than 32 on the load, so that's why that wasn't triggering on the create, on the reset. Well, that's not going to matter now, but it's really good that I know that. Really good that I know that. Really good that I know that. Okay. Get rid of these. I want to get rid of this code here and here. Go ahead and get rid of that. And get rid of all this. And then I want to just make an alarm one. Just to put that in there. Or get rid of that. Let's make an alarm 2. What's this for, Baker? A leveling thing. That's just very, very, very late game. Is anyone going to be able to hit it after your changes? Highly not. Highly unlikely. Unless they modify the files. They'll still be there, just in case. What that's to do is to prevent visual bugs from happening until I can figure out how to make a power correctly show and all that. Without just having to do magic. Essentially just visual magic, which is not what I'm looking for. So, yeah. Because that would just create like a whole token system and all that type of stuff and everything, and I just don't want to have to deal with all of that. Are you a parent? No. You're wondering what we are doing? We are going to be adjusting the values and making it scale within itself. Be the best way to describe this. If we were to put it in the most layman terms possible, it's exponential light. If I was to put it in the most layman terms humanly possible, it's layman terms light. Just making sure. Okay. What do I want to do with that? What do I want to do with you? What do I want to call you? Yeah, that looks good. I think actually we can make it 25% sounds good. More or less, let's go ahead and take these. Come into alarm 1. I just want to put them in here. All this E scale and all this enemy, enemy, enemy. That. 25, that sounds good to me. And then this one, we'll do 10. We'll do it 10%. Or actually, no, we want to increase it. Oh no, we do want to decrease it because we want to keep it smaller. So they scale faster than the player. We just do a 5% actually. 5% probably be good. It should probably scale off of this. Speed level. I ask why. Simply because when we reload the game on a reset or anything like that, we want the XP and everything else to remain consistent on how it scales. So if we use that, because this is a value that's going to be loaded when you load a game or when the reset occurs or anything like that, because this is a value that will be loaded, this is the value we use. Because that is the final number anyways. Let's do that over here too. Okay. What is this gonna be? Instead of a set number. What are you gonna be? What are you up to? Hmm. I'm not drawing a blank on this. We have enemy level start. Higher than 1. How do we make it work correctly? Maybe we should rework the system to be based off of souls free. Would that work? I mean, why wouldn't it? You just use that, the XP to level, instead. Of an independent system. Use a system that gets loaded and serves independent and does not change, but does keep going up. But doesn't change on based on loaded, no matter what, I should say. Changes when you kill things, of course, or free things, if you will. To take away the XP system, latch it onto souls freed, and then just have a scaling system attached to that. So take out XP. Take out the XP stat in every single one of these. This right here. This doesn't need to be there. And then we only need to keep in here global souls free +1. And then as you free the souls, that's what dictates levels. Question. Makes it the XP required to level. So once you hit that many souls free, then you get the level. Instead of a system that resets back down to 0, that takes away from. It's one that just ever grows. We still can have that set to 0. Hits a number, goes to 0. Then once you hit the next one, well, your XP, I guess XP doesn't theoretically go to 0 if it's tied to souls free. That doesn't go to 0 then. That would be an independent system, so XP would be a +1 as well. So XP would change from a variety system. We still can make XP the way it is. If y'all are like, Baker, what the hell are you even talking about right now? This is just the ramblings of me when I do math. My teachers didn't like it. My teachers didn't like it. Okay, so we'll keep XP and everything the way it is there. And what we can use then instead is we'll just use... Do I still have a reset file here? Can I view what the reset looks like? No, reset isn't going to have souls freed. So when it resets, there's 0 souls freed. But no, that kind of works in that regard. Because the XP then would get carried over on how many souls freed. Then that would read over. What number do we read off of that can make sense? Actually, we can attach this number instead to... Hold on here. Attach this number into player level, and then this way it loads with the level, okay. Now it's still gonna be a different fucking number every time. Am I just gonna have to make a basic exponential formula? Is it still even gonna work the same? No, the values still come out differently when you load in at different times. Right? Maybe I'm overthinking this. I think I'm overthinking this. I think I'm right. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I'm overthinking this. Let me just stop. Let me stop. Fucking well overthinking this, dude. If it just brings the XP with it, you're fine. Just fucking stop. If all the values are brought with it, the fucking equation can't break. You stupid shit. Oh, okay. I'm overthinking it. There we go. Alright, we're back. I was so worried about a bug that happened earlier that I already identified where with the crate in here that I just kind of let it wreck me. Let that shit wreck me. I think mainly I want to figure out a baseline here and not just have a set number. But only is logical. And as long as we base that number off of this, we'll be okay upon loading. The first one, though, first level is always going to be jank because of this. Well, if we do the curate correctly and it loads, then it won't. This will be fine. Because it will create this, but then it will get updated upon the loading with how much this should equal. So yeah, we'll be fine. We can secure that to happen correctly. I'm just being stupid. And definitely overthinking things. Anyways. Oh, man. Alright. Well, let's see what happens with this to start out with. And we'll kind of go from there. Clearly, we can't have that as the new main menu. But mission select is making that impossible because there's a variable within mission select that only can be done when you misselect the mission itself. Oh. This is a different error here. Okay, what's this one? Young Saul, what did I do? I don't think it did. I change things? Create. Okay. And if global enemy level not set. Are you on the map? Oh, hold on. There's rooms. My brain just kind of is confused here. Aren't you sitting? Do I have to? You're gonna make me move it? Okay. Almost bet you're gonna make me move the damn thing. Enemy, parent spawn. You're scaling. Level scaling. You're sitting there. Look at that. You're right there. You're right there. Where do you want to be? What makes you load first? Huh? What makes you load? Let's see, what if I put you here? If that doesn't work, then what I have to unfortunately do is I gotta go and take the code out of there. I gotta put it back over where I had it before. I was just hoping I could move them. Not gonna make a difference in my life then, huh? So have you go back where you were, have you go back where you were. Come here. I need you. I guess, you know what, honestly. I don't want to have to use more globals. Can I just make this over into the... Can I just make this over here? Do I have room? Do you have room, sir? Is there anything that constantly runs? Can I... Is there anything I can separate here? What do you do? What do you go from game stats? Where's the... Hold on here. Hold on here. Do we have empty alarms? Nice. Look at that. Empty alarm. How many empty alarms can you have? I don't think I need that. Isn't this... No. Do I want to have dodge roll in here every time as an individual instance? That might make more sense. I think that might make more sense. Alright, well, first off, let's worry about that later. Or get distracted. Let's do an alarm 6 in here, and we're going to inherit alarm 6 and alarm 7. Just like that. And... where's the inherent button? There it is. Okay. And... I don't like to have alarms stacked on each other. I find they bug a lot if you do that. They can work, but then they don't work sometimes. So I just kind of steer away from doing such things. Might as well adjust those over. Bring these in. Okay. We'll worry about the 8 in a moment. Oh, please. And we'll figure out what we can make globals and not globals later on. That's a whole optimization thing that we'll be doing at one point to see if we can increase mob count. Also, speaking on that, one thing we'll be doing during the rework is we're going to set up a system to allow the player to set their mob cap based off of their previous mob caps that they've hit in the game. So they can hit a higher mob cap, essentially. And then based off of how strong your PC is, you'll be able to attune the mob cap to whatever you want. So that no matter what, you'll have a stable experience for your PC based off of your needs. Get some water real quick. Okay. Let me just cut that for right now. And I am just going to make an alarm here, but it's not going to register or turn on at all. That's all. And essentially later on we can just set one here that if player level equals to etc. to this here, then this alarm gets registered and then we can have it loop back through around over to here. That's simple. Look at the errors. Alright, unknown object player scale not set before reading. At least we're getting errors. At least we're getting errors. Huh? Where didn't you like it? Yes, you are absolutely 100% correct. You would not know what it was. You are actually correct on that. You would have no damn clue. Enemy level is not increasing. Let me get this auto reset done too. I need to... Oh, hey stupid. Did you know... Let me see, is this... You see... How do you expect the alarms to reset if you don't tell the exact alarms to reset? Absolute winning. Just so much winning. There, player level, enemy level, and up. There we go. like it, but we'll see. I guess still got some more work we gotta do on it. Liking it so far, though. Okay. Now mobs be coming out. The number feels too high. The number feels too high. Let's see if that is right. I thought the number was wrong. Why is this calculating like that? Hold on. Maybe it wants a 0 in front of it. If you want, I'll divide it by 95 if you want. Fucking. We'll get you. We'll make you have the right number up here. I'll make you. I'll make you. Okay. I know what we'll do. I know what we'll do. I know what we'll do. Maybe we'll take the base increase, because I see what this is doing now. If we took this off here like this, and we just took enemy scale, this would probably... This will probably do more what we're looking for here. We did that. I'll probably achieve a different outcome. No, we're still gonna. No, this feels better. This is better. Okay, let me set these down here. Is this 2? 2 is 55, and 1 was 60. Can I do it? Fuck did I do now? Absolutely. Just winning. Alarm 60. Alarm 60. Apps. Alarm 60. Alarm 60. Like, we have 60 alarms, Baker. Baker, we have alarm 55. Yeah, no, not alarm 2, but this is alarm 55. Not a cooldown of 55, but an alarm number 55. Because we know what we're doing. We just clearly know everything that what we're doing. It's absolutely fine. Things are just great in the world here. Alright, things are feeling better now. Yes, we're going to work on enemy XP scaling as well. But I'm just getting a baseline foundation figured out here before I start working on the other stuff. I like this so far. Okay. Why that delete? Want something exponential here? I just want to start up. No, I really don't. I want levels to mean something, but how do we make them make sense to each other though? With the experience has to make sense to everything else. So I have to keep that in mind as I do this. We're gonna get ourselves ready for a break here. And when I come back, we're going to keep staring at this and figuring it out. But be sure to... Alright, let's get back into this. I am just completely dead today. Anyways, we got the error to stop. So we're going to continue on from there. I just want to get a quick little look at it. I should have looked at it while I was in there, but that's where we're at. And this comes up, and then we can enter in a number, but that kind of goes haywire, so we're figuring out that. Okay, cool. Is this displaying the correct value? There it is. There we go. Okay. I think we got that figured out now. I figured it was something dumb like that. There we go. And if we go higher than our actual, so we got 6644, we'll say 5, and that deletes it. Good. Good. Okay. So we're looking good there. I kind of just want to throw this into the system itself. No, we'll go ahead and just do this. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do here take that value, and we'll have this display. We say if instance exist. Scale input equals true. And you just toss that in there. And then what we can do is let's see, each point was 1,000 we were going for. Yeah, it was 1,000. So divide this by 1,000, like that. Okay. Okay, that's fine. If instance exists, if we gotta do the usual. You gotta do the usual, Baker? Yeah, we got that keyboard string. Oh boy. Damn. Done been the most common thing ever. Tell you what. We're making sure that keyboard string ready. Huh? Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, let's fix that real quick. What you fixin', biker? Well, there is one thing here I'm fixing. So we need to be able to hit escape and not unpause the game. Okay. I don't think I need that back, so. Why? Why? Is it because you're running it in a fucking step? I bet you it's because you're running it in a fucking step. No, that wasn't the reason. What? Oh. Why? I'm actually just sitting here confused. Why wouldn't you, if instance exists equals false, then run it, but if it equals true, then you wouldn't run it. Do you seriously need, like, you really should not need this. This would be absurd if it needed this. This would be stupid. This would be so fucking stupid if it needed that. Let me make sure of something here. When I click this, what is it? Okay, it is scale. Scale input. Huh? Is there something else in here, like, that does this? Maybe continue? No. Continue is just clicking. What in the... Yeah, I'm gonna take the code out to see if, like... Just, I'm curious at this point. I shouldn't even be able to pause now. Yeah, now I can't pause. Okay. So, we have if equals true. Is it because it's in the else and it's the second one, so it reads it the next step over, which means it's already deleted, and we have to place it in the beginning? Baker, you sound crazy. Yeah, but you know what? I'm not here to make the decisions. Fuck. Fuck, I was so hoping. Why? Why? Why do you do this? It's there. It exists. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Do you want a variable? Huh? You want a variable? Let's make a global variable here for everything, all the clicks. We call it global level changes. Global level changes. Okay, cool. We like that, right? That's a nice name. Nice and easy, right? Okay, so that's false. Now it's true. Now we make it true here. This shit is true. True as fuck, boy. Okay, and we say this guy goes back to false because like nobody likes him then. All right. And then we come over here. My brain is fucking melting. And we say like if equals false. Yes. If that equals false, right? And then what is this? What do you do? Okay, then you go down here to false. Okay, that's fine. And then this. Yeah. And then that equals false. And then this does that. And yeah. Let's see what that does. Can you work for me? I want to see you do this, and then I'm going to change around it a little bit more. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Alright, we're getting there. I swear to God, if you do it now, my brain is going to collapse. Fucking because it runs in the next step and you've hit the fucking. This is a fucking joke. This is a fucking joke, right? I don't. No. Listen. We're not. Jesus fucking Christ. You want to see how Baker's gonna get around this? You want to see how Baker's gonna get around this? He's gonna get around this. Oh no. It's gonna work. It's gonna work, isn't it? You fucking stupid engine. Oh no. Oh, shit. Oh, that's fucking rich. Oh, that was rich. Oh, that was Rich Campbell, Rich. Oh my god, that was fucking great. I fucking love it. It works now. Ah. Alright. We don't need this. I feel like this is a fucking joke being played on me right now. Alright. The old code will work now. You know why it'll work? It'll still be existing when it actually happens. Stupid. Absolutely insanity. Give me a moment. I'm gonna have some water. Okay, well, at least it's done. At least it's done. Alright, let's continue on. What have we do? I hate to say that took like all my brain, but that took all the brain. Anyways. Oh. Alright, what am I fucking doing here? Okay, hold on. A few things we're doing. So I can clear up those alarms. Object level stats, right? Okay. No, they're all done. Fuck. They'll still be all their own. I'm gonna do it. I don't know why I didn't just grab both of them at the same time, but we're here. Hold on to those for me. Hopefully you don't lose them. That's a big change. We need to make sure everything works correctly first. Alright, we're leveling, right? Okay, good. I wanted to make sure, because, yeah. Yeah. There we go, yeah, we're still looking good on everything. Awesome. Cool. Good. Good change. Alright. So what we did is we made a new parent so that we didn't have to have level scaling being the parent. And what this allowed us to do is not have to worry about all the alarms in level scaling. So the only thing that comes for inheritance are the things we need, which are the things that they create. So we're getting there. We are getting there slowly. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. Let's go. So, where we left off, those mobs are still sticking. We needed to figure out why. So let's try maybe taking this out. Maybe that is causing an issue? I don't know. That could be causing an issue. Come on. Come on. I don't see anybody getting stuck on top of things. Did I do it? Oh, he went through it. I saw the guy go through it. Oh, he just... He went through. He went, like, through it like that. Why? Is my radius too big? I didn't think it would be too big. To be fair, the thing did destroy as soon as you moved there. So maybe it detected the move that it was, like, not there because it was literally getting destroyed in the moment. No, it just did it again. It just did it again. That's what they're doing now. Is that what you're doing? That's exactly what you're doing at the top. Why? Ah, no. Okay, what can we do? We know the minus direction, we know the minus directional movement is not, it does not work in corners, so we can't use that. We could possibly reverse our speed, or like reverse our direction, which isn't that, that's the same thing as minus direction. Oh. Why, the question is why is it detecting that as the free place? Because that's plus plus. That is over on this side. And why is it detecting it as free? When it's not free, there's an object right there. That's what I'm wondering. I wonder... Let's increase the health of these things. This way I can get a better idea. What's going on? Okay, boom, boom. Where you go? And then you go there. So you went here, and then you went there, and then there? And what about you? Same thing. That's what they're doing. Why are they detecting way over here? The objects are over 100 pixels wide and such. And yes, it is literally, they're small little segments. If you're wondering, like, Baker, what did you go through to get all those placed down? Are they just big segments? No, they're not. No, they are not. They are not small. They are not large segments. I sat here for a very long time. There is 1,362 objects on the map that I plan to be destroyable and respawn. And so far we are working with a grand majority of them. Because if you're wondering how big are these little things, that's how big they are. And a lot of them, they're all overlapping to a degree so that the bricks don't look too awkward. They'll have little things in it, like I put in little tiny bricks like this and stuff like that, but I did that on purpose, to be fair with you. But yeah, as you can see, like I perfectly, because you can, this is how it cuts off. It was a lot of work. So, if you're wondering how all of this got done, well, that's how it got done. Yeah. A lot of copy pasta and relining up and copy pasta more of that, and then like you have a chain eventually that's like 12 long, and then you can use that to like imprint in other places, and it's like the initial setup takes a long time, but once you get like your, it's like everything else I do with coding. The initial setup will take me a little bit of time, but because the reason why mine takes a while is my setup is set into a direction that allows me to become more efficient the closer I get to being done. Like it allows like peak efficiency at like 20 to like 30% being done. Where it's like everything is just being like copy pasted in and everything. But anyways, this what doesn't make sense to me is we got 122 by 177 on these blocks here. And that's pretty much the same for everything. So I don't know why an interaction with them and a 20 is throwing them what appears to be like 150 pixels. When it's reading the X previous and Y previous, which is going to be further back even, so like mob is colliding like this. This should be X previous, Y previous. And then it should read off of that being clear. Because that's the goal, is it interacts, just it detects back one, looks around here, and then does that, and then that's it. Maybe we use a different free. That's what I'm thinking we have to do. Maybe? I don't know. No, there's only one thing you can do in this situation, and that's just mess around with things. Try different things out, you know, because if, yeah, at least you can know you can check that off of the list of things that won't work. And eventually, through doing that, you will find the thing that does work. This system in its entirety, me creating a custom AI set that doesn't use any other but like motion planning or anything like that, just uses simple like the interactions that I set up to happen. This has been 6 months of trial and error, and it's like making other systems and just like being like, okay, well, I'm happy where this is at right now using these fundamental tools. I'm happy with that. So now how about, you know, like I go work on something else, and then as you keep working on things, you're able to then maybe use those systems to come back. Like we're using the X and Y of like the spawn system to help you, son of a bitch. To detect like the X and Y and stuff like that. Why does it keep wanting to do that? My brain is just like melting at the seams from this. Wait a second, I'm gonna get some water in it. Okay. Maybe a switch would be wiser here. A switch with a bounding box case? Maybe? Can we do that? And then depending on bounding box, we can say plus minus and stuff like that to indicate the generalized direction we want it to move. It won't be perfect, but I still wonder why this... It doesn't fix the fundamental reason as to why, though. Doesn't fix the fundamental reason as to why. XY should be plenty fine. Let's just try X, Y. And we know this works the exact same and all that, so we're not going to be worried about making that place, because there was no difference in interaction. My head is exploding. It's exactly the same. There's... What is the X in your mind, bro? What is the X in your mind? Even if it's your top left, let's say, in theory, which it isn't, it should be your center. There's just there's... What if we did you first, then, huh? What if we did you first? You didn't change this, Baker. Baker, you didn't change that, so you're making it run the same code over again. Baker, you realize what you just did, right? Did you fix your problem? Because you did that earlier and you didn't fix it. Yeah, let's see. Ah, uh-huh, uh-huh, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh that's right, oh that's fixed. Oh, that is so beautifully fixed. Oh, oh, they're going through walls, Scott. Oh, snarkies. On the top, they're going through walls. What are they doing here? Why now from the bottom is there an issue? We're gonna need a bounding box detection. How? Okay, we fixed one. We fixed one. The other still doesn't work. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Maybe this is part of the problem. Maybe we have to let this be like a full second. I don't know. I am literally just grasping for straws right now. Oh god, it's doing it in the opposite direction now. Oh god. Oh no, it's doing the same thing in the opposite way. Oh. It's amazing. Oh. Oh, that was... Oh, that's so... Oh, that is so hot. Oh. Ah. Oh, that was actually, that was amazing. That was... Replace meeting. Bounding box top. Right? Do we just... A moment. Wait a moment. I'll explain everything in a moment. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So we're setting up a switch with a default of the position meeting for X and Y. And then then we have all of these here for different cases, but we're not going to have a default. We're just going to have cases because we've covered every case that we can, all bounding boxes. We got left, right, etc. of the sort. So we'll be fine on that end there. And on each one, then we can go ahead and tell it what to do in this regard here in the way of a plus minus. So, say we'll start with the bottom here, and this way we can just move up a little easier. So we have here with the right side, so the right of the enemy. So the enemy is coming this way, and then this is our wall, and now they're colliding with it. So at least in theory, this is how this should work. We may have to reverse the values on everything, but it's going to be fine. I forget in position meeting, I believe it's position meeting of the object that's calling it, and it's checking for collision with this criteria. In the sense of the object calling, this is the criteria that it must meet when it collides with this. It must collide within these variables of its own instance. It won't matter how it's colliding with this in the way of its XY, but as long as these are happening. So what we can do here is we can do like a minus minus. And we could even actually have an else in here. Why not, right? And then we can just repeat the same thing in here. I'll fight you too. We have a simple... if and else in here. We say else, and then we come down through here, and then it will allow it one other variety of options to do, essentially. So here, we can do minus, minus. We hit like this, we can actually just tell it X there, and then we keep the X, Y, actually. We keep the Y where it is, and we can just have it move back one place. If it collides like that, we can always have this as an option. So it's always just does that. And then it'll allow itself to like kind of just slowly, naturally move itself through picking up the code again. And then, other than that, we will give it a minus on X, and we can do a minus on Y. There is another option we can add in here if we wanted. We can add another else, and then we can do a plus Y also as a last resort if we wanted to. We'll see how this works, but that is another option. Okay, so we got left here, which this would be X plus. And then here we would have a X plus, and we can have a Y plus, just for it. So on the, if they collide on this side here like that, they'll go upwards with it. On the other side, they'll be more prone to go downwards. Like I said, we can set up one more else and everything like that if we so need to, but we'll try and solve it for with as little as we can. Okay, so here we have the bottom. So the bottom is going to be bottom. So we definitely want minus because we're going to want it to go back up. Oh wait, no. Yeah, minus. And then we can do X to just stay X. And then this one, we can have it go outwards like. Now here is top. So we want Y plus here. I think we did that right over here on the bottom, right? X stays the same, Y goes up, correct, okay. And then this one, same thing. I recall I'm doing this correctly. We'll see. The system may just not work altogether, and I may have to use ifs, but I'm hoping that I can use a switch case for this. It's always worth trying in my book. It's worth trying. This is plus. Then we can have you do plus as well. So it'll go this way. Have this one go this way. And then this one go this way. No? Case argument should be a con. I thought you would do that to me. I honestly thought you would do that to me. You know, I always try to use you, but it just never seems to line up to be right. Never seems to line up to be right. I was just hoping. Like I said earlier in the stream, from what I can gather in my research, it doesn't even seem that it's more efficient or anything like that. It just seems like it's a way to not have to use to really have to think about the order of things as much. Which is, I mean, like, honestly has its own merit and greatness to it. Regardless, it always runs through until it finds what it's looking for and then has been also assigned a break, because otherwise it'll just keep running. I know some of these we cut, some of these we pasted, but that's the life that we currently live right now. And I know there would be a way for me to be able to set this up with some constants, but most of the time when I figure out how to do that, it already involves some type of if or something. So it's like I just seriously cannot be bothered at that point. If it's going to require an if, like, I might as well just mentally figure out the damn thing if it's not going to be faster on top of it. Is it a pain? Sure. Alright, I'll go with that. It's honestly, like, it's a pain trying to figure it out exactly how the engine wants things to be ran. And, like, how to make it stop at the appropriate times and everything. And all that. It is fine. I just hope this doesn't take too many steps to run. That's where, you know, that's where it can come into a different situation and we may want to run different code. That's when I pull back on that. I'm like, okay, let's figure this out really quick. That's what I thought was gonna happen, to be honest. Thought they were just gonna go right through it. Y'all just going. Y'all just cruising through it, huh? Yeah. No, I did position meeting, correct? Not place meeting. I did position meeting. Wasn't that the correct one? Or was it place meeting? It might have been place meeting, not position meeting. I don't know. Let me double check that out. Still have the... Still have that. Alright. This will work for precision collisions. Otherwise, only bounding boxes are applied. Okay, maybe I was using the wrong. Right. You can check. When you use this, you are checking a single point in the room for an instance or object. Check this will be done against the bounding box of the instance, or yeah, this is literally just the bounding box. So it's not running the code. Correct. Correct. We were correct. Place meeting. Place meeting. Get rid of it. Please go. Place meeting and one more. Let's see if that works. Please. Ah, we're getting somewhere. Oh, hold up. I just saw... No, I'm confused. I saw some movement there. No, they're just going through on every angle. I saw one doing something weird. No, so this one doesn't want to work. Let's just scrap the whole thing then, outside of original code. We know you like this. We're just figuring out how to make this want to work appropriately. It's the same thing. Where X, where Y does not matter. It's not really a big deal on which one's there. To be honest. It's not really gonna make a big difference there. OCD does not like that though at the end of the day, but it's fixed. Okay, so let's just take a look real quick here. Oh, what did I do? They are not interact at all now. We had place empty before. Let's grab place empty again. Even though we saw before it didn't make a difference. Actually, hold on. Maybe. No, it would be detecting in one way then. No, we're still not getting any detection. We're getting some detection. Okay. I don't know how you got an ad. I don't have the thing running. I don't have a single ad. I don't have the ads running at all. Then he just got an ad. I don't know what to say if the damn thing isn't running. I hate when that happens. I don't. Okay. Whatever. I'm just doing what I can. We did set that alarm timer to 60. So wow. That shouldn't have anything to do with it though. I'm actually a little confused of why the code just broke as it did. There we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, we got some more working here. Okay, we got bottom working. Bottom working good. We got sides working okay. We got this guy stuck. I'm not really a fan of that. They actually seem to be working. They're almost working. When they collide with each other, they can go through the walls. That guy kind of just, he's stuck in a wall. Actually, we seem to be fixed. I don't know how. I don't really like it. Because I feel like maybe, I don't know. Maybe the jump to thing was really screwing it up, and then because I didn't change over the positioning correctly, after I took that out, we never actually got to see the result of it. I think that's what happened. So what it was doing then, it was detecting the XY center coordinates, and that's why it was detecting this place free. I think we did it. Okay. I'm pretty sure that is done there. We need to refine out now to make that work a little bit better because it's almost there. The enemy to enemy interaction needs to be tweaked a little bit here. And I have some ideas on how we may be able to mess with that. Let me see how this has affected mob density real quick before I proceed to continue. Oh. 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 No performance hit? No performance hit. Really? No performance hit. No performance. I just... Oh shit. That's crazy. Just created a collision system with no performance hit. That's fucking awesome. Oh, that's what feels good right there. Let's add some zeros here. Let's add some zeros. I want to see that actually. And no, we only have that mob set up for this code. Holy shit. That's insanity. 3,600 mobs still. Type in 1,000. Holy hell. ASMR voice? I mean, we do a pretty good job of it. How you doing, Wick? $37. Yeah, we got no performance hit at all. And we're zoomed out to high heaven. Like, we do not, this is not the POV. So that's beautiful. We created a collision system and had no performance hit. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. Jesus, that is a beautiful thing right there. Okay. Let's see here. Next we need to go into this one here. This is where our bug was coming in currently. Our bug was being created because of this code that should be here. I am actually confused. So how do you know what you're doing there? Where did I put that into an alarm somewhere? Yeah, now I'm left a little confused. Because they're literally running the code, which is the move outside. It's the literal... No, there literally is no code in there. So how the hell are you knowing what to do then? So then... Yeah, no, that's a... That's a religious level of confusion. What are you still pulling? Didn't I just... Did I delete that or no? I didn't delete it yet. Let's just delete it. Okay, so now we deleted it. No, we don't see it. Alright, now this should look completely different in interaction. If this somehow works the same, my mind's just going to melt a little. I mean, they'll still interact with the walls fine. Let me give the walls health. One, two. Why does it... Okay. Now when they interact with each other, now I can see them overlapping right there. Yeah, no, I just saw overlap. I see it. They're overlapping and it's causing... Okay, we got... Okay. So it is because I actually don't have the code in there anymore. So what we originally had in there, and you'll understand why I thought it was in there, was there was a move outside all, and then it would use this number here to move out. So I thought that was still running because that's what it looked like, but the reality is that they were stacking on top of each other and then causing a messed up movement collision, and they would just glide. That's what's going on. At least to what I am seeing, at least. Now we can try this. Say and 5. Yeah, see, they're not going through as often now. See, they're doing the push and shove. And they're lining up better. They're actually going back to what they're supposed to be doing there. A lot less consistent going through. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that was it. Okay, so we got that partially figured out there. We're gonna go ahead and take a break though. Do remember I only run ads when or only run mid-roll ads when I take my breaks and during my support streams. So your lurking during that does help fund the game and keep these streams ad-free. And of course I do want to thank you all that do stay around and have stayed around, and we'll see you all when I come back from the break. Okay, but I am back. So 100% they're running towards things that don't exist. Good news, collision doesn't occur. Meaning in the sense of they could just run through things that aren't there anymore because the spread index doesn't show. And they don't look like they're getting stuck on things. So there's a few things we're gonna have to do then. Or we can try. Hopefully alleviate this issue. So one thing I do want to try is we will create a hold on. I thought I could do this. Okay. So one thing we're gonna do is we can create it actually over here. We'll create a global dot, we'll call it object count, right? So now what we're gonna want to do, luckily I made this nice and easy on myself. Somewhat easy. I don't have the damn room pulled up. Oh, maker. We'll wait for this to load. And while we're waiting, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go through the layers that I have the destroyable objects on. There we go. And we're going to count them up, and we'll be good. So start here. We got 630. I don't remember what the exact number was, so I would like to know 100%. We have 380 here, 1758 here, 288 here, 337 here. That's what does that. 3,393. So we'll set that to that, right? Boom. Spell count incorrectly. Let me copy that. So I'm going to come over into these here. -1, right? And hopefully we'll be able to have this be a registry for the enemies. Because I am trying to do this without having to create grids and stuff, because they are always recommended to delete when you're done with them, which means it's extremely inefficient. So I always try to code around any inefficiencies and stuff like that, and just try to use less performance demanding methods, because I know either way I'm going to have to use up performance, but how I do is the most important thing, and to always try to figure out the most simplistic way to make it happen. Not the way that seems the fanciest. And then, as long as that is less resources, you're better. You're going better. Sometimes you have to go with other methods, you know, that you would not want to do in the beginning because you find out, like, okay, well, this, even though this is a minor run that's happening, the amount of times it's running is now making it more inefficient. Your goal is to essentially implement a system and have it not do anything to the game, really. So we set all that up as that. And we'll come over to spawn. And what we're gonna do is the enrage timer. When we come down into this else here, and we have equals 0, we're going to do two different things. One, we're going to set to, what is this? What is this called? Object count? Welcome back, Nip. So we say if object count equals 0, we'll say. Actually, we say, for right now, we say greater than 0, I guess. We can always just set it for a threshold. And let's see, greater than 0. Is that one gonna run less or more often? Greater than 0 will be more often. Less than will be less often. So we want that to run second. Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure my ordering was correct. We don't do destroy objects. Instead, what we are going to do is set this to that. Take that out for right now. Let's see. We do object count, we max that back out. And then we want to run alarm 0 for anything in object mission 1 stuff. Maybe that'll transfer over correctly and run everybody's 0. We could only have to run it once then. Let's do something that will be noticeable. Let's say 1,000.
angles. Retrigger this alarm. Retrigger our spawns. Should I do that at 10? Give that a chance to respawn and cover and then do it? Yeah. Have this run first. We set enrage timer back. So then we're gonna want to set this alarm back as well. The last bit of the code. Put this one back up. And if the player gets it reflags over as enrage timer again, it means there was less than that threshold, which then allows them to avoid the enrage timer, keeping the game the same. I don't like that. I don't like that. This is an idea behind it. I could also just make a soft enrage phase that just has a higher density of mobs, so their scale is like less. All ideas, all ideas. I kind of like the idea of avoiding the enrage phase though. Kind of reward the player for being active. Okay, here we go. Oh. Guess just for, I mean, I usually don't need it, but I'll do it for people that are watching. Object count, especially for people that are just coming in and such. They're so dumb, it's amazing. Overlapping text like a genius. Okay. Let's see what happens now. Oh, we see the number going down. There we go. Number's going down. Number go down. Number go down. I think we'll leave the object count up too as a displayable thing for the player. I think it's really going to help them. You don't have access to really view everything and all of that. So like that'll be very valuable for the player. Might be able to set up something in a GUI draw. Should be fairly lightweight. That would just point in the direction of the nearest object once under a threshold. Possibly. Possibly work. Look at that object count dropping. Look at that thing dropping. Oh, in just one phase, we've pretty much run out of... We may hit the 1,000 in just one phase. That's really good. I'm really happy with that. That's awesome, actually. $1,200, 11. Oh, we're in the next enrage phase. Oh. Wait a moment. I never had it turn off, did I? Hold on. Okay. This becomes true. Oh, never mind. And then this should just... Why were they still doing that then? It was false. I think that might be the random moving mob. Okay, so I guess maybe we have confirmation now. It does just randomly occur. We're gonna have to really look in the code for it. I forgot about that randomly moving mob. Also, once we're comfortable at the max amount, we gotta do testing at the minimal amount and see how that feels. That's another thing. Now, if you're wondering, Baker, asking yourself, Baker, how much range do you have? I have 40,000. You would need at the current scaling I have it right now, you would need player level 120,000 for that. So, not realistic. Unless you really grind. Then it is realistic. That's why we're making this game as lightweight as we can. Or have the most lightweight options we can for things, is for when people just want to leave auto farming going. Just go play another game, go get things done in life, whatever they may want to do. Just leave the game running, an auto reset, get themselves the levels they need to do the accomplishments they want to achieve. Because achievements in this game are not going to be easy. That is going to be hard. That's where you'll unlock all your skins and stuff like that. Because we won't have any purchasable skins. All the skins will be earned through achievements in the game. And they are not going to be easy achievements. They're going to require a lot of time. You can complete all the missions and everything, and you'll get some baseline achievements for that. But to unlock the skins and everything, you're really going to have to want to play the game and enjoy it. It'll be the same they'll be attached to like the Steam achievements and all that, so they're not going to be easy to obtain things. There will be some easy ones as like baseline completions, like I said, but to unlock actual unlockables in the game and everything, I want them to be locked behind things. I actually feel like you spent some time trying to figure things out and all that. And achievements are something like kind of the last things I'll kind of add in, more or less, into a mission itself. I'll like look at it and be like, okay, well, what achievements do I want for it? Like this one, I'll probably end up putting an achievement to where if I keep it like it is right now, to where you have the phases and you can avoid phases based off of object count. I'll probably make an achievement to allow you to give you a skin once you've had like so many skips, you know, and just have it set for like, I don't know, maybe an hour, you know. So if you can destroy enough objects for like an hour or something like that in a mission and have every skip and never have an enrage. We have a mob in the wall. I have to figure that out. No, I don't think he's in the wall. You see that mob moving? Oh my god, I think he's just avoiding death. I don't know if it was that mob or not. I think it was. There was a little mob. No, we're going back. No, it is that mob. Here he comes. Where is he? No, did he die? There was a mob moving this way with that whole line. And it's because the counter updates every second, or they are. So it was just going behind him the whole time, and he was avoiding all the shots magically. Oh, that's beautiful. That was good. next phase should drop us down below enough objects to see how things work, to see if it just continues to keep spawning, and what that looks like. Because honestly, right now, I'm not in much objection, given the amount of power creep I have. That's what I take into account. The amount of damage I do, I have 50,000, so it's level 100,000. So you would need level 240,000 for this. I don't feel like, you know, they're only level 11,000. I don't feel like this is a bad environment at that rate. When you look at it in that perspective, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, okay. And then the ability speed is level 60, so you would have to do 6 times 60 for that. So 600 times 6, 3,600. You would need level 3,600 for that on top of it. There's a lot of things that would have to go into creating what you're seeing right now. The level of clear going on. But I have my self-testing to this extreme because it's just going to be easier overall. Looks like they are destroying the objects. Well, we're at under 1,000 now. I feel like 1,000 is a good number too. We may just keep it there in a general regard. Though at the same time, with how fast this gets cleared, we got to see on a low end. I think that might be a stipulation though. You may want to just max mob count out in order to get the achievement. Makes it harder overall. And it only is easier if you have enough range to make it easier. Yeah. You can keep it like that. Still a really good mob spawning coming in. They have plenty of free space, so they're taking advantage of it all. The only thing stopping the mob count from going up as fast is the abilities. Killing them. That's it. So far, this is looking really good. We got 618 objects left now. That looks about right for everything I see on screen. Like each of the wall segments are like 100 pixels. So the size of the player in the way of their length up and down, their width, I should say, their width and even up and down their length, because they're only at most like 115 pixels. Like 102 by 115 type deal. It's, you know, that's pretty much the size of your wall segments. So that's why the officer quarters down below that you see there has so many objects in it, is because there's just so many wall placements that, because I wanted to make individual rooms, that it just shot the overall count to the moon because of it. The one thing I'm going to be interested to see if this is, if the object count goes under 1 or anything like that. It shouldn't. But I also should make it so that it could. There, look at that. Look at that. Seamless. Here we go. Happened so fast my eyes didn't even register it at first. That is beautiful. We'll have to get ourselves down into the actual perspective and have ourselves moving around at the same time to see if there's any actual lag, but so far that looked really, really clean. We have a lot of mobs stacked in a lot of locations right now. We can see how they've been moving. So it's going to make this next phase fairly interesting. I can see why we don't have a higher mob count right now. There's a lot of enraged mobs. There's a lot of enraged mobs. Our FPS is good though, to be completely honest. That is actually holding really nicely. Essentially, this next enrage phase is... players gonna be feeling it. I actually kind of like this. We'll have to see if it's stable, but I really like this concept. Oh man, look at that incoming. Look at that incoming. Cleaning up the map. Look at how clean that is getting. Good FPS. I don't know where they're going. I don't know where they're going. They're there though. We'll have to figure that out. It's just... oh, because he could... wait, his spread image is larger, so why are they running into objects to destroy them? That's interesting. I wonder why they were doing that. We're down to, like, wow, under 1,800 objects already. Cleaning up really well. $1,500 objects. It also seems it makes it happen faster every time now. Because the mobs getting stuck on each other, or getting stuck into the generalized locations, they're instantly spawning there and then getting destroyed, and then the other things are getting destroyed more. So the mob count is, or the object count is going down faster. Because like we have all this down here, and all of this was cleared before. A lot of this was cleared up. We have all of this still here and everything, and we only have 1,300 objects left. We got so much more cleared out here than we did before. We do need to increase the rate. If spawning is not happening, we do need to increase the rate at which we do have mobs porting to the player, though. Because, like, right now, spawning isn't happening. So what we need to do then to apply more pressure is make sure that during that we make the mobs actually do things. That's one thing we're going to need to do. So we're going to need to give that player more friction and get this cleared up more. Because then we can get our FPS cleared up more, which then we can allow for more mobs spawning and more mobs actually clearing up things. Now we're getting to the enrage phase again. We have over 1,000, so they're going to start porting over. We are grabbing the final mob or object count. I'm going to pay attention this next time too, for when everything respawns and kind of see, look at the FPS a bit more. I probably should run it in a debugger, to be fair. This is like soft testing right now. Still got them doing things with the enrage. They are running out of objects. Oh, there we go, there's 1,000. There we go, just barely on the threshold this time. Okay. Now we're back to mobs spawning, and we are getting more mobs now. That's good. Well, it looks like it already stopped. Yeah, we got around a 30-second down timer now. So we got so many mobs interacting with each other in this back end here that it's causing more mobs to not be capable of spawning. So we definitely need to figure out clearing up all of these interactions that are currently occurring, because all of these guys that are stuck to each other are looping over and over and over again in their code. So that's one thing we're going to have to adjust and fix. So probably what we'll do is during the enrage phase, is we can have a chance when enemy is interacting with enemy to automatically port over, because we'll know they're in a stuck state and they won't be moving anyways, so it's just going to be worth it to get them unstuck and ported over to the player within an efficient manner. And yes, I know about the layering here. I don't understand why it's like that. Don't ask me. I have to go and look why it's like that. For the life of me, I have no clue. I'm gonna try reversing the order and the layers, and maybe that'll fix it. It's just if I do that, it makes it look weird in the engine or in the room. But if it fixes it here, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and complain. Otherwise, I gotta, God. That honestly feels pretty fucking seamless. That honestly feels pretty fucking seamless. Every time. I could be wrong, but that feels pretty fucking seamless. We're gonna get down on the ground and we're gonna see. Before we do that, actually, let's go ahead and work on that enemy interaction that we already saw we had problems with that we wanted to fix. So, let me close these up. We don't need these. Good system. Very happy. Very, very happy. There might be a way for me to... No, we'll do this. This is better. No, what about... Where are we at here? That away, go to enemies. We're working on something different here. Close. I just wanted to close the tab. You can tell by my mouse disappearing what it's doing. There it is. Oh my god, the mouse is back. Anyways. Oh, we put this into everybody. Okay, that's right. So, we're gonna look at you first. You're an enemy. And... I also wanted to move all of this stuff into alarms and have things trigger like I did here. Just have their movement speed set to 0 and then have it choose what to do there and set the alarms. I've also been thinking of doing that. So like all of the code for all of the interactions will be thrown into different alarms to trigger at different times. And we may be able to like clean up the code a shit ton doing that. Just a shit ton. Yeah. And it'll become more efficient even too, which is like that's the sauce. Okay. So looking at this here. We have point distance over here with this. Then that. Okay, so we say if what was it called? Object destroy object, was it? Equals false. Oh wait, no. Hold up. Wait a minute. Distance there. Else. Where's the else go? Where's the else go? Where does the else go? Or no, which one goes before the else? Which is gonna occur more frequently? Probably the ones away from the player because of the enrage phase. So like that would be the else, and then it would be this. And I think checking to see if something is false is going to be more efficient than checking a point distance every time. Or is true, I should say. But we gotta do a point direction check regardless. they're always going to be further away from the player more than they're going to be closer to the player. So we'll always have them run that there first, and then we can have the other one run, I think, after. Or would it be the other... We'll keep it in mind to possibly switch it around if we find inefficiencies. That's all we're gonna do. So I can't think off the top of my head on exactly. Okay, so we have this here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the code from our movement speed, or movement, and we're gonna take this here as well. And that. No, that's not what I wanted. Was that, oh, less than, we wanted this. We're gonna have them partake in this, so if they collide, they will also join in on the spree of porting to the player. We'll see how this kind of holds with our efficiency. But it might help free things up. Okay, so it's going to check over that, and then... then it'll say else that. Okay. One thing I also got to find out if I should be like better practicing with exit code, with exits on codes. I don't know if I'm leaving things open or not. Like, even though I don't see memory leaks or anything like that occurring, I could be leaving code open. I'm just not 100%. I know when you like reset alarms and everything, it'll stop the code from running and all that, but I don't know about other places, and I gotta find that out. And what it looks like, it doesn't, but I'm just not sure. Like, mainly meaning, like, is this also going to run the same statement again? You know what I mean? Or, like, run the rest of the statements, even though it's gone through and done all this. Is it still going to check this real quick? You know what I mean? That's where my question is. I don't think so. I think because I put this else in here, it won't do that. And only do that if I don't put the else in there. I'm actually 100% on that. Oh. I guess as long as I play into practice with stuff like this, I'll be okay. It's just I feel like maybe I've left myself open in a few spots with the code where I could be putting exits that I'm not doing that. I'm not sure though. I'm generally pretty good about it, but just not 100%. I guess that's me always just like the fact that I never consider what I'm doing as like perfect, and I'm always like just assuming I could always do better in some facet. So I'm always just constantly thinking about like just stuff like that. I guess you could say just random shit. Doesn't even make sense. Yeah, before we get down into the trenches, let's take a look at this. This could be what the doctor ordered for efficiency. Oh, and if we do have any type of lag spike when we're rehaving these objects come in, what we're going to do, since we have them separated, is we'll have different alarms get set. And we'll have them set down at different intervals so that they occur at, like, you know, we'll have one do it 2, 3, 4, etc. of the sort. And then this way it'll be like up to 10 steps at the very most for the resets, and it'll separate everything but still be in the human eye as essentially instant. I think we might even just do that to begin with. That'll create things a more efficient environment. I think. Yeah, it should. It should. It should. It is less it is less sends at one given time as well, so that'll also make it more efficient, because we have to send to all the objects regardless, but the rate at which we send them we can separate a little bit, mainly just by like just having different objects and having it read at that slightly different times. It might make it like a little bit more efficient. I'm not 100% though. But I know having them reappear at segregated times will definitely make them more efficient. Enrage phase. There we go. Look at that. Look at them coming in. Look at that. Cleaning up the map. That actually looks really nice. That actually looks really nice. We need to clean up that movement a bit. We need to clean up some of this movement. Yeah, we need to clean up some of this movement. We need to make their spawn point. What's happening? I see what's happening. Okay, we need to make the spawn, their spawn point around less than what the distance is, because like they're getting placed off a little bit, and some of them are going and running the other way because they're like at 1 pixel, you know, they're 2201. Just due to mob interactions. They hit another mob and the place free is backwards, so they run backwards or something like that. Okay, I see it now. Okay, that's a simple fix. That's a simple fix there. Mob count is definitely dropping. Look at that mob count. So we got object count dropping, we got mob count dropping, we got everything dropping beautifully for the enrage phase. And then this will help line everything up better. We definitely got a lot of free steps too, from what I can gather. So I think we could reduce that number of ones that are colliding and increase the frequency of it, but at the same time we have dropped a lot of mobs. Now we're getting all fresh spawns in. I don't see any other. Oh, I see one moving there. It's just that quadrant every time. Literally just that quadrant every. What's going on in that quadrant? What is going on in that quadrant to make them want to do that? They're so far away from the player. But they look like they're moving directly towards them. Yeah, no, that's right, lined right to the player. That's weird.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh. What if I use the spawn system and its FPS detection to indicate the rate at which the mobs get ported over to the player? Oh, so instead of a percentage chance, you just dictate it to the speed of the game and its performance so that it can meet the performance standards required and then keep everything going. So it's like having mobs spawned in at the same time, like you would normally get at the normal rate that should happen, but it's a different system occurring. It's the mobs that are further away from you that are coming in, and enraged mobs as well. So that's it. That right there. That right there. That's the play. That's the play. And we're gonna set that up here when we come back, because that sounds beautiful. That sounds beautiful. That sounds absolutely beautiful. But do remember, I only run ads when I take breaks, and when I am running support streams and you're lurking during that does keep the stream ad free. So I cannot thank you enough for doing so and helping support the development of the game. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. Let's go ahead and get back into this. Alright, so I think instead of this here, we're just going to take this out and we're going to have this a baseline interaction, doing artificially increase mob density onto the player. In following phases, because after it's done, or if it happens incidentally, we can clean it up. We're going to eventually be cleaning up all of this interactions and putting it into alarms, and then only having those alarms. I don't know if I did that or not. And then we're going to have those interactions all take place in the alarms and have it detect if the alarm is actually at 0 when it happens. So we could possibly stop some of the weird interactions that can happen. So we'll be setting their movement speed to 0, and then they'll read through to determine what alarm they want to do. And then if none of the alarms are at 0, they'll just keep interacting until the alarms are at 0. Or keep going at 0 until either interaction stops or the alarm isn't at 0 anymore. I think it should be more efficient. We can stop a lot of code from repeat running. Because right now it's running every single time the interaction happens. So if they're stuck together, it's just constantly happening. I don't know if my range is clearing up the numbers faster, but I'm just noticing a significant less amount of mobs after doing this. And my soul free count is actually pretty good. Are we in a rage? No, we are not. Oh. Oh, those are the incidental guys in the back. Okay, so those spots are being cleared more often, which then is making room for more. Oh, so back there is stabilizing. Oh, this has been nice so far. Yeah, you even get random mobs that are enraged now. There's enraged. This will force a lot of interactions to happen. A lot of mobs will be touching each other now. After this phase ends, which then a bunch of mobs are going to be spawning down there, cleaning up, allowing more mobs to come in. It's a naturally cleaning system where you can take the bugs and actually use them to your advantage. The bugs of it working how it would be like, I guess, in the most perfect world, you know what I mean? Which is like nothing actually standing still. Everything's always following and trying to chase the player and everything. At the same time, I don't really want that. You know? I feel like the AI should be a little bit smarter than that. Like, we don't need to overwhelm him and just all die at one time type deal. They come in more coordinated. Yeah, I mean, they're flowing in nicely down there. Even with all the range and everything. I mean, we got projectiles all over the earth right now. These things are literally just creating like a beehive effect. They're just... At one point, they were just hovering around the player. With the projectiles themselves. It was beautiful. There we go, we have another increase coming. And now mob count is going up again. Is a wave. Where every enemy spawn point is a... What do you mean is a wave? In what way? So if you go to a room with 3 spawns... Wait. Oh, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Okay. A wave as in, as you interact with them, they're coming to you like waves would in the ocean. Okay, I got you. My brain took a moment there. I got you. Yeah. And then if you want to stand still, things are still going to be coming to you regardless. As you can see, the spawns are coming in beautifully. We have 9,400 mobs on screen. 95, 96, 98. We got 10? 10,000? We got 10,000. We got 10,000 mobs on screen. This next enrage phase is going to be wild. Boom, everything's back. Mobs getting bigger, objects deleting. There we go. Things are coming. Look at them spawning in. FPS staying stable. Oh my god, this is beautiful. In fact, FPS going up. FPS go up. Ah. I mean, oh, and there's the mob count going back up. It was fighting. It fought for a minute there. Oh, until the waves are complete. Oh no, I have them capped already, homie. They can't go any faster. It's a 30th of a second right now. Every 30th of a second, 4 mobs spawn, man. You can't really, like, I can't game engine wise go faster than that. I could have more mobs spawn at a time. That's about the only thing I could do. You know, it would just be increasing the lines of code, but 4 is just really efficient. Or 4 spawns is just really efficient for the lines. I will say too, it's already like my highest performance. No, it isn't. I would have to adjust my entire timers and add in more timers and stuff like that, or have a value that keeps going up to increase the timer or decrease the timer. In that reference. Yeah, it's I'll show you in the code afterwards. I have it. I used to have, you're thinking of my old system. I'll let you know. You are thinking correctly, but you're thinking of the old system. You might not have been here on that update stream. I'll show you what the new system of spawning looks like, man. That was, I think I fixed that. Ooh, 3 weeks ago, somewhere around there. I forget which break it was. It wasn't this one. I think it was the last one during that time period. But yeah, I've completely changed around the whole spawn system to make it a lot more efficient. A lot more efficient. Yeah. No, that was my original concept. Was I actually did have the spawns gradually become faster as the went on, but because I've made the map so large, I was like, you know, honestly, it's just gonna make more sense to make it as fast as possible at that rate, you know. That's where, like, that's the reason why for me I chose as fast as possible, because I went with as little spawns as I could for an efficient mode. if I extend the timer out, say to like 10 steps instead of 2 or something like that, I can add in a lot more while still maintaining the same efficiency. Because if I keep adding in other things with it, I'll have to, that'll also equate into problems with the efficiency overall, which then will reduce the total mob count. Because right now, the way I have everything on debugging set up, parent spawn is pretty much always like the top amount of percentage of my steps. It's only like 4% or stuff. I've actually done a pretty good job with the optimization now. It'll be a little different right here now. The parent collision will definitely be interacting a lot more. But yeah, no, this seems to be flowing really, really well. I haven't seen a single dead point on the player yet. And now we're gonna have these pop in. Everything is gonna grow again. We're gonna have even more mobs spawning into this. For 9,000 again on spawns, even with all the big ones. Right now, our main thing is we just don't have room. That's it. It's like room. Room is our limiting factor now, which is what we want. We want the room to be the thing that limits our spawns. Not efficiency, not performance, or anything else. Look at, we're getting more. 96, 97. We're gonna see. Okay, that was it. 97. I mean, we have 300 objects left, so everything is gonna respawn back now, and more things are gonna get enraged on top of what's been enraged already. So you're gonna have more enraged mobs. Look at all the enraged mobs. Look at this. This is beautiful. This is exactly how I wanted it to be. It was just a system, like if you wanted to sit there and stand still, you were going to regret it. You were going to regret it. That's why I spawned the player here, because it was far away from where all of the objects were. So they would be punished by just standing still from the start. You can still get good farming done, don't get me wrong. But you're going to need to invest heavily into that. Every endless mode will have its way of making your ability to get XP and all of that easier by you being an active player. That's what I'm going for. And since this is just an endless killing field, I had to really try and figure out what was that going to be for this then. There was no core objective besides just don't die. That's it. Just don't die. Just as long as you don't die, you're still in the mission. And that was it. And it was like, well, what else can I do to make that enticing in some sort of way? This is kind of what I've come up with on it. Because I didn't just want it to feel. There we go. Things are. Oh wow, they're at. Oh, the object count will start because of all the mobs. It's gonna naturally keep going under. You're just gonna keep going through phases and dealing with more and more enraged mo- Oh my. Interesting. So then what we can do now, knowing this, we can set up in an alarm that if image scale is to 4, they're automatically, and they're too far away to have their interactions happen, they're automatically going to want to be porting forward in order to clean their spot up for more mobs. That's our next step, because then that can allow for mobs stacking on top of individualized areas where objects are supposed to be, so when they spawn back, you'll have a big surplus of mobs that get empowered. That would be further punishing. Yeah, that circle's starting to get smaller now. In the sense of it's enclosing on the player a lot more. This player, just in their damage alone and range, they would have to be level 240,000 to give you an idea. So, like, yeah. They're level 32,000 right now, so I think that's something. And the health alone, they would have to be level 100 million for just the health. 100 million. So. That's why we have a very unrealistic looking situation here, but I'm trying to test things to an extreme so I can have a good idea of, even in a high scale, what does things look like, because as you go lower then with it, it's only going to become harder. So it further gives me idea, it further lets me know what I'm going to deal with when I go and do my, what I like to call my 100-hour playtest, which is once I'm fully happy with where a system is at and I want to, fully do a rigorous test on it. I usually give it about 100 hours of testing, and in between 70 and 100 hours. It's pretty much 10 to 12 hours a day for a week. I'm just raw testing on it, fixing anything that may happen, seeing any problems, like, okay, well, this interaction doesn't feel organic here. Let me try and figure out how to fix that, and all of that type of stuff. That's where I'm just making a lot of minute changes and all that. And so far the player is getting very overwhelmed right now. This is what it would start looking like if you were to actually be at power creep and all, like, or starting to fall off from your power creep and everything. Like, now the range doesn't even matter. Like, they have 40,000 range, but who cares? They can't get outside the circle. So essentially, like, what I wanted for this was mobs closer to the enemy would be crowding the enemy so that they block their projectiles, allowing for more mobs to do things in the background, and then those mobs would then go forward and join that crew, thus keeping a perpetual loop. That's kind of what I wanted for this whole thing, and that's exactly what's happening. Hmm. Okay. Let me go ahead and show you the spawn system here. Do I already have it open? I have no clue. Okay. So the new spawn system, what I do is I have a where X and a where Y, and what it is a randomly generated number that I match to the size of the room. You can realistically, if you want, you can just do like room height or something like that in there, or this would be width, I guess. You could do that to have it auto detecting if you so wanted to. You know, that's all up to you. I just choose to put in a set value because it is a little bit more efficient at the end of the day. But if you want to make it dynamic to where you can throw it into any room and you want to be a little lazy about it, that's a good way to do it. Or just to test it in a general regard to see if you like the system without having to get too nitpicky on it. Anyways, and those numbers there get checked into a circle collision where in a 100 pixel radius, if it doesn't have any of the collision that I have set within this parent, which is pretty much everything, then excluding itself, well, yeah, it will go ahead and allow the spawn to happen, and then that just runs 4 times, and that's it. And then I just reset it on 2, which is the lowest an alarm can go for. And then if this is greater than, essentially, if my CPU steps aren't or are higher than the set threshold I have for cutoff, it'll run the code. And then if it isn't, it'll turn the alarm off for 30 seconds in order to allow a cooldown period, if you will, quote unquote, so that like interactions and everything can happen and all that without any issues. But yeah, and what I plan to do later on, the why I don't have more alarms with this, is as I add more enemies into the game, like with different missions, we'll have different enemy sets and, you know, and stuff like that. When I add all of those into the game, and even when I release expansions and stuff like that, I'm going to have it to where, you know, if you own the expansion and everything, back in those older endless missions, they're actually going to be included in waves. So there will be an actual transition between what enemies you have, and it will have all the enemies. So as you progress through the game and you beat at different enemy sets, and I release different enemy sets and everything, those enemies will then be introduced into your other endless modes. This way, as I get, you know, actually to the full release of the game, people can have full enjoyment out of missions. I don't like missions that feel like they lose relevancy or stuff like that because of like challenge and everything. I like missions that kind of keep the level of challenge exactly where, uniquely to where it should be in that particular type of mission type deal. Not so much saying that everything should be equally as difficult, but always keep a level of difficulty within a mission that even when it does get redundant, because it's eventually going to get redundant, it can still be enticing for the player. It's kind of hard to do. Like, it's not guaranteed to always work, of course. Everybody is always different. But you just take you as the person and you try to implement that into what would make it work for you to be able to keep doing it. you know, some games opt in for the chill method of, you know, of doing it and everything like that, where it's just really mindless and you just kind of like go through and don't really have to think about it. You know, others like me, I'm going for more of scaling difficulty, so you're always having to plan for something greater and stuff like that. You're trying to mathematically, you know, with very simple equations, figure out exactly how much health am I going to need to survive this and all of that type of stuff, and how much damage am I going to need to put out in order to maximally survive and such, if you're using it for more than just farming. And if you're using it for just farming, you'll still have your own formula that you're going to have to figure out in order to achieve the amount of levels you want per farm and such. And it'll kind of like change up things based on, it'll, with the different introduction into the different waves of mobs, if you will, it'll introduce the player for a real clear cutoff on where they may want to stop farming at. Because like maybe they just find a certain enemy set, you know, easier to deal with or something like that, you know. Whatever it may be for the particular person, or for them it just becomes a way to know when to cut off. Like, okay, that's the point at which I want to cut off, just because it takes this much time. And it makes it an easier like indicator for them passively, and gives them something to have an indicator off of. Okay, so we got this set up there. I think we should test into the actual game now. I feel like there was something else I wanted to do. Oh, that's right, that's right. This is what I wanted. Where is this? Is this here? Yes. I just copied that. Goes up. I mean, what? This is true, and then less than 3 go to nearest thing. Else, if just equals 3, this can be at any point in time that it equals 3. Run this. And regardless, alarm resets here. Okay. I like it. I like it. I like it. We'll test this out. Hold up here. What is this? Alarm 11? Oh. Okay. I know where I'm going at now. I gotta open up alarm 11. It's already open, dumbass. You were just editing the file. I can't even believe you. Do you need a bib? Do you need a bib to catch your drool, Baker? Unbelievable. You can go down there. Anybody else want to do that? No? Okay. Got it. That is alarm. Do not bother. Okay. So we set up a if down here. Oh. I have an else in Egypt. Thank you. Else. We were moving this down. Image X scale equals 3. Then we were taking this. Moving that there. And emptying. Okay, all that's been implemented. We put this in here. We can come back into here. We can take this out. You know why? Because they're going to stack on each other. And then the object's going to respawn. And it's all going to just drop on. And buff them and send them straight to them. We can get rid of this code. That's going to be beautiful. That's going to be beautiful. We don't have to care. Wait, what if the player clears all of them? What happens if the player clears all of them? Correct. You want to keep this. What's going to happen is what you don't want to happen. Maybe connected into this, we should run the FPS test too. Just to secure things. We don't want to like throw the system over. I think we do the FPS check on this. I think we do. There we go. I'm done. Alright, so run that. Actually, probably read this first, to be completely honest. You probably want to read that first. You probably want to read this first. Like that. No. This is gonna be less red. This is gonna be less red. Yeah. The thing is if this isn't lower than this, does this even matter? I mean, if this is lower than this, then this doesn't matter then. Yeah. But what's going to be red less? Well, image scale is always going to be red. What would be harder? What's a faster read? What's a faster read? I would think the steps would be a faster read. At the same time, if the scale doesn't equal 3, then it won't read the steps. We're gonna go with this way. We're gonna go with this way. I think these are... I almost forgot to set that to greater. I was looking at that like, that don't look right. That don't look right, Baker. What are you doing? And don't ask me why I didn't just, like, have a copy paste for both of these. Throughout any of this. I don't know. Okay. So now no matter what, if scale equals 3, FPS equals correct, then they'll go ahead and do that thing. What's going on here? Why'd I do that? Why are we wasting this code? Or why are we wasting this? Let's test this first. I'm gonna look into that after. I think I can make that better. I see my logic behind it. I see it, but I just... I do question myself now. Wonderful. I didn't make a back button for this. Whole mess of things I have to work on with that menu. But like once I got back into the game, I was like, there's a bunch of things I need to do to make this better. I'll focus on the menu later on when I start integrating all the other actual assets. I'll deal with all that at once. That was my resolve to that. Because I knew what this was gonna be. It was just gonna be a whole thing. Extremely happy though with where everything is going. I wonder if I could insure this too. I don't know, we'll see. I may break the walls down into different wall segments and then run a bunch of different alarms to reduce the performance hit that happens when everything respawns back. Thinking about that. Thinking about it. Oh, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about all the alarms. So far, this is looking really good. This is actually looking... Are we enraged? Yeah. It's definitely looking good. There's a little gap for the player there even. That just got filled. Got another one down there now. Another one up there now. That's exactly what I'm wanting. This is the exact type of funnel I wanted in. We're gonna probably extend out the aggro radius to like 3,500 or something like that. We may even go to the old room size of 5,500 or 5,000 and allow a wider range for the spawn-ins. I think it's gonna be a good idea. A few little refinements here and there. We're gonna get this play experience looking really good. But that is definitely something I want to do. There's not enough room right there. It's a very small amount of room. I would like more room for spawns. But I do want it to be out of the player's perspective for the most part. I say for the most part because there can be the incidental, like while you're moving, you can see it happen. Unless I really tune the radius to that, which I could. I could do 2,500 to 5,000. Which could work there. It'd be a 2,500 range. Oh, we wouldn't be bad. Better than the 200 I have right now. The map is definitely a lot cleaner of mobs. A lot cleaner. And now you get a lot more. Look at all the elites. Look at all the enraged mobs coming in. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. The map getting completely cleaned up while spawns are coming in. Clearing up all that room now. You have all those objects destroyed, making room for all these new mobs coming in. And this will feel like a constant battle between keeping the map clear and all of that. That's beautiful. Very happy. We're in the enrage phase now. Everything's going to be respawning back. Well, actually, the way the interactions are working now, it's not too bad. If the mobs get pushed too far back, they run to an object. They either hit a mob or they hit the object, destroy it, and then they get ported back. So it's like it's a self-cleaning system at the end of the day. Nothing becomes too much of a problem there. But I'm actually pretty happy with that. Once we get down into the player perspective, we should see something. I'm actually really happy with this. Got a few more things we can work on with this, but yeah, really good. I kind of want to create a system to where if the player destroys so many objects, like over the enemy, they can avoid the phases and more mobs spawning in and all of that, and instead what will happen is that it'll bring the mob count down until it's to 0, but just keep all the mobs spawning to you. So if you clear the whole map and you hit a threshold, essentially, we'll set up a threshold, and if you hit that threshold, you can skip these phases and stuff like that and actually get the map fully cleaned up before another wave comes in. So that we can create it as a wave, as a way to reward the player for spending all the time trying to haul ass around and figure things out. This way it gives them some time to breathe and everything. It allows their range and all of that to take place again and everything like that. Be a real reward for them. If you can destroy this many objects, like an X amount of objects, before the enrage phase happens, you get this. I think that's going to be the next thing we work on. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, like I said, we're going to go work on that system. Do remember, I only run ads during my breaks and when I do support streams. And outside of that, do keep the stream ad-free when I am here, at least for mid-roll ads. So you lurking around does help support in keeping the stream like that and support development of the game. So your lurks are much, much appreciated. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. And as always, cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around.
I forgot to hit record. Luckily it wasn't too far into it, only 4 minutes. So, real quick, just for the VOD's sake here, we brought back up our old version, and we just took the 0 souls per second that was originally in here and moved it over here and set it to its own timer, and I'm about to test the stability of that. Okay, I'll call that good on a short stability test. And this was divided, which is what we wanted. Okay. And then we wanted a variable for these cooldowns next. We'll call this soul tick. And we'll give it a base of 60. We will be setting up time sources soon, so they won't be FPS dependent, because that's what they are currently. But we're going to be testing those out and see what kind of performance hit they do. That's going to be the next thing I work on once I'm happy with this overall system here. It'll be part of the attack speed rework that we'll be doing. Because if it's too much of a performance degradation, then I have to set up different variables based off of different FPSs that'll allow the players to set their game to, so that everything works exactly the same no matter the FPS. I'm hoping I can just do time sources because it will save me code. Theoretically it should, at least. I don't know how they work in this engine 100%, but theoretically that would save me code. But I don't. Sometimes creating time sources can be rather taxing if you have too many. I haven't read on here though in the particular engine itself if it has anything to say about it. Let me see. Time source. Isn't that the time? Time source state, time source. Time source resume, time sources. Okay, that looks good so far. You know what, we got time sources up for later. So we have the soul tick there, and that it should be something we can change freely. Change that to 2. That would be our cap, would be 2. If we were to have FPS. Okay. And then if we wanted to drop soul counter down, that would be another variable we could do. So we can do soul counter 1, soul tick 2, and say 100 here, and this would be a fairly min-max way to look at things. Maybe if we want to, we can add a whole another 0 onto each of these and make it 1,000. That's looking pretty good. We can always just adjust to see how, to make it take longer to get to something like this, but that's pretty good right there. That is pretty damn good. And it's all something that can be potentially actually got with just enough investment. We'll figure out what that system is going to look like for numbers and all that. But we definitely have our fundamental basis here. There we go. Yeah, I like it. I like it. So if we have base values, something like that, we won't notice any bit of a difference. It'll all be the same, and then the player can scale off of that. Their first tick that their first points in, we'll give them a 50%, which will make it feel really good for the first one they get. From there, there is degradation, but it still can scale very high. Or it still has meaning behind it to scale. There we go. And then the natural slowdown of our normal system. Very nice. So this will make a player, if they really want to test how far they can go, they're going to have to, of course, account for time then, unless they want to constantly do saves and reloads or just leave it running all the time. But they're going to have to think about how to engage with systems like this to increase the rate at which they level so that they can do the runs faster as well. So it'll add another dynamic into endless missions on figuring out how to appropriately min-max them. Okay. How do I want to do this? We have a lot of these things that aren't set as globals. We could make a separate file for this, because we're going to need to save a lot of variables here. Well, not a lot, but we're going to need to save these 4 variables and allow the player to then be able to level them and such. So that's what we're currently looking at right now. I typically would just have it created at the beginning of the game. I guess maybe I could place in dummy ones. That is an idea. I could place in dummy ones and have these saved to the file. So essentially what we would do with that, so we can come in here, copy that, right? And I believe that may have been room creation. Right? I really hate tying things to room creation. I might even just tie this out from some. Yeah, this is a room creation. I might tie this out of room creation and into an object just to sit it. I think that might be my play right there. I don't really like room creation. It's very performance hindering, at least with this engine. I try to steer away from putting things in room creation, so that the maps load up faster and such. And then I can have other things to delay the player from immediately accessing the game, in the way of like menus and stuff like that, so that the other things can do whatever they may need to do. That may take like a second or 2 to load up. Object. You okay? Okay. What are we gonna call you? Fast scale stat. Sure, why not? Oh, actually, got this object. Main menu load. Object player base file. There, that one's actually better. I like that one more. Okay. 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 We can get rid of you. And place you over here. I'm gonna open up you here just so I can look at you. And we have bot stuff here. And let's see. Put you up here instead of bot. We're gonna call you. What are we gonna call you? Who are you? Who are you? Fast. Scaling. I'm gonna call you fast scaling. And we'll do that. And that. And we need 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Okay. And I'm just gonna literally call them the same thing because it's not really relevant. I guess we'll go a little more detailed with it there. Just because we can. We'll leave that one under there like that. Okay. Main menu, assets. That is not going to be the right layer. I can tell you that much right now. Can I? Thank you. There we go. Alright, so we look at you here like that. Now, what I want to do next would be come over here, Oh, wrong fucking place. Find my app data, local, alpha. We're gonna delete player base because this needs to be. This will only read if it's not in existence. So we're gonna go ahead and make sure it's not in existence. We're gonna load up our game. Boom. Now. Okay, let's go ahead and show you all the file. Where is player base? Why is the game way up there? My apologies, I forgot I moved it up there earlier. Okay. So as you can see here, we have our fast scaling sector. We have our soul counter set at 100, we have our soul tick set at 60, and we have player XP at 1 and enemy XP set at 1, which was our base values. So that's exactly what we were looking for. So that all saved over correctly, and we're good on that end. So now that we know it is saving there, and it is a value that will be loaded, in a sense, at least saved into the beginning of the game, we now can work on other parts of the situation. There we go. We now can come over here and we want to grab that. Open. We're gonna do read, of course, and then we're gonna close and kinda section key remains blank, default will remain blank, and variable you can remain blank too. We have this set as number 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Give me one moment. My headphones just getting crazy on me with the cord. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Wait, no, that wasn't what I needed. I needed... Hey, Sci-Fi, how you doing, man? How's your throat? You taking anything for it as well? Okay, guaranteed to exist. So grab that. And then... What did I do with this? Read, write, read, write. All this so that I can copy pasta easier. Are you sure it's easier, Baker? I don't know at this point. Write, read, write, read. Write, read, write, read. Okay, we're good. Look at that. I do things. Jesus Christ. Oh. 100. Feels a lot better. Just some vitamins and minerals and water. Don't want to take cold medicine. I hear you. Well, I'm glad you're doing better. Maybe try some hot tea with honey if you have any. Game's going well. We actually are working on a faster scaling system for the player and the enemy that you will actually be able to invest points into for different value or different things to increase that ability to increase the levels or to scale faster. Essentially what we have set up is it calculates your kills or your essentially kills per second, and if it meets a criteria that you'll be able to set as the player in your actual, you'll be able to set the thing lower and lower, so you'll need less kills to actually activate it. It will actually set the XP to level for each of the player and the enemy to their own unique values. That will be over here, and there'll be just a division of it. They'll start at 1, and then you get 2 at 50%, and you just keep going up from there. And then we have the rate at which that occurs, which will be over here, will be dependent upon the player's investment into that. So a much better endless system from what I had earlier, which is just eventually you hit really fast scaling. This is as long as you can keep up a certain rate of kills based off the investment of the system that you have, or the system as a whole will increase the player's scaling of their levels and also the enemy scaling for the levels. And you can independently scale on which ones you want. So if you're just predominantly looking to do a endless mission and have just, you know, how high can you get enemies to, you can focus into the enemy XP decrease instead of the player XP decrease. And then this way it allows me to have the ability to have lower cost on each of the individualized tiers so that the player can have better investment into either of them or into any of the sectors that they want to. We're slowly getting there with things. We're slowly getting there. It's slowly forming up the systems and then not being happy with the system I made and then just slowly thinking of things. You got to make all the bad systems before you make the systems you're happy with. You know what I mean? You got to get through all the bad ones. Let's see, soul tick default was 60. You feel that? You doing video editing, you definitely can feel that. You definitely could feel that in video editing. It's so fucking painful. It's so rewarding when you get it done and you get to look at the end result, but the road there is littered with pain. Okay, so I can give you a little demo here real quick. This should be in a stable spot to do so. So this is what the base values of everything will look like, and this is just initial scaling for a player too. So when you're actually, you know, we'll say quote unquote just starting out the game, but if you haven't touched how you scale, let's put it that way. Because I'm playing a character right now, it's level 100,000, so a bit of a difference there. But as you can see in the beginning, you have a fairly quick overall leveling just to kind of get you going and get you some levels, but it does taper off fairly quick afterwards. You had 3 different intro styles before you settled on the AC6. Jesus, man. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And as you can already see, we're already slowing down at around 28. 28 for soul levels, which would be player level and enemy level. It's going by quickly, but it still is slowing down gradually. And as it keeps going, it'll slow down more and more. Now that you have a remote idea, as you can already see, that is starting to slow down. That tick rate is going slower and slower. So now that you've seen something like that, if we were to say on a grand scale, a player wanted to put in a very large amount of investment, we could have something like this, which is your kills per second is set to 1. So as long as you kill 1 mob per second, it'll activate fast scaling. Your tick is at a 30th of a second, and the division is essentially whatever the XP to level is divided by 100 for the set. And then you can see how much faster we'll have scaling here for both the enemy and the player. Is that, are you working? Are you working? I don't think it's working. Oh my lord, why aren't you working? Oh, I know why it's not working. You know why it's not working? That's because the default values are being reread over here. So let me go ahead and cancel these out right here, and we'll open this. We still got to make the buttons for all these so that values like this can actually hold. Yeah, we're working on that. We're working on that part. There we go. There we go. And that would be a faster, as you can see how the mobs flood in faster and everything. So that's what we've been slowly working on, trying to figure out and everything throughout the scaling as a whole for the first mission. You know, this is the most simplistic of missions you'll have in the game, but I still want to make something that feels pretty good. And that's what I've been trying to do, which is, it's, you know, when you have a game with just the objective is kill as many mobs before you die, to make that feel good is always a little bit of a challenge there. So this is where my starting foundation has overall come with it so far. Before I would take on any projects, that would be a much later thing. I'm not in a position to do reasonable work per hour, in my subjective opinion right now. But yeah, that's where we currently have ourselves at with these scaling right now. So it's we're in a good position with it. We're learning the things we need to learn and all of that. So I'm actually extremely happy with that. But yeah, that's definitely, that would be a, well, I wouldn't say no to it, but I would only say yes to it if I feel like I could be within reasonable time worth your money and investment. Because yeah, that would be the best way to put that. I haven't coded in 15 years, and I'm about 6 months into using this engine. So I'm like just at the point to where I'm comfortable with what I'm doing and being able to explain what I'm doing. That's where I'm at with this. It's essentially, you know, like with any job, after working in it for 6 months, you're usually in a pretty capable position as long as you have kind of like focused yourself correctly. You know? Kind of reminds you of balloons. You know, I never thought of that, but I could see a tower defense kind of feel to it. I mean, you can move the character around. The overall like standing still thing is just kind of like my baseline testing, but you can move the character around and all that. Like, I actually have reasonable movement speed on this character. And if you kite correctly, you can actually be able, once you get mob cap up, you'll be able to kite the mobs around. So if you give me one moment here to get these mobs up. Oh, that's right. I have these set to default values, don't I? Okay. But yeah. I can still give you a reasonable display here. And if you need to, this would actually be more of the preferred way to go for a endless run. Because you're avoiding a significant amount more damage. You are still taking damage, but you are avoiding a lot more of it. So I designed this map essentially to be just big enough to kite mobs around, but also just small enough to kind of feel claustrophobic and have to make you move in a very precise way to not screw yourself up. Because if you hit these objects accidentally, you're gonna see how slow you go. And as you keep with the scaling going up higher and higher, that's going to become more of a problem. You're going to have to be more on point with your movement overall. But I actually do have plans at one point in time for a tower defense game. That is definitely happening. Trust. Tower defense is definitely happening. I love me some tower defense. In the meantime, you're gonna go to sleep? Sounds good, Sci-Fi. You take care, homie, and thank you so much for stopping by, as always. I hope you feel better. Get all that important rest so we can get the limbo back. What's up, Paranel? How you doing? You're lurking while you grab dinner? Well, thank you so much. We're doing good. Working on the faster scaling system for the player and the enemy and such like that. This will actually be a system the player can invest points into and all that to make things scale faster, both their own experience and also the enemy and such. So that's what we're working on right now. We have all the base fundamental logic down. Now I need to make the buttons for it so that the player can actually scale each of the ones up that they want to, and then also make reset buttons for each of those as well. Back when Miniclip was a thing? God, I haven't heard that name in ages. Am I thinking correctly on that? Hold on. Yeah. Holy shit. Wow, that was Tencent owned. Didn't know that. Parent organization Tencent. Wild. I did not know that. Why would you look at that? Tencent owns everything. Oh, Lord. Alright, let's create these buttons. Tencent, damn, yeah, man. Tencent everywhere. Everywhere. Okay. It don't surprise me none. Let's go ahead and save this real quick here. Baker, you're not gonna open the... No, I'm just gonna close the fucking engine down and I'm gonna reopen the damn thing. That's what I'm gonna do, because the last time I just tried to open, it just took like 65 years, and I feel like it's just gonna be shorter for me just to close this engine altogether. I feel like my computer was gonna have a stroke just closing the engine. Give me a moment. They'll start owning the water you drink and the air you breathe. You're really tempting. You're really tempting Daddy Tencent. You're really tempting Daddy Tencent there, huh? The good old on and off, yeah. Yeah. I guess this was this was a mistake too. I don't shit, fucking engine in this computer. It's just this computer, it's not the engine. It is definitely just the computer. This fucking computer is a piece of shit. It works good, don't get me wrong. It's great, it's awesome, but if you want to make games on it, you're not gonna like yourself if you want to make changes, and then you want to save those changes on a different file, and then you want to open up the other file that you had originally. What I usually have to do is this is the annoying part. What I usually actually have to do, I usually just have to save it again, like save it in the other file that I originally want to open, so this way it's like I'm just over there. But I don't want to do that because that runs fucking write space and shit on my, or write, you know, or what would we call it? Well, we all know an SSD or a hard drive in general can only write so many times before it fails, and that's what I'm doing more and more, is writing more and more shit into it over and over, doing that, and I really just don't want to be doing that. The hard drive, like the PC itself, is already 5 years old. I don't need to be putting more stress on it. The thing has gotten me world records in Warframe and the top 200 placing in COD Zombies fucking headshots for Black Ops Cold War, like this, and balloons, like 450 rounds of fucking balloons, endless. Yeah, no, this poor thing. And I think I've done a 45-hour fucking Vampire Survivors or some shit like that. The issue with Vampire Survivors is eventually the mobs become so fast that they skip frames, so that you can go through things like defensives and stuff like that. That's the main problem with that game. Okay, so let's make a button here. Let's make a buttons. Alright, where do we want the buttons? Where do we want the buttons? Oh, Baker, where do you want your buttons to be? Do you want them to be in the game? Or do you want them to be in the potion store? You can make all your in-game buffs in the potion store if you really want. You have a little fucking place for it and everything you could have, and you just go there and click the fucking buttons there. Could have that. You could have that. Like, you could actually have that. Do you want that, though? I don't know if I want that. Kinda sounds like a good idea. Is closer to life support? Yeah. Yeah, I try to keep her together the best I can. Do we have something like that? I don't know if you've seen the new buff system, but this is how you actually make buffs now. You can select, you don't have slots anymore, you can only select the certain ones from, you can select any of the stats you want. You can actually enter in values that you want to enter in. And the buff limit is actually now the total amount of buffs that you, like individual buffs that you can bring in, so it just makes more sense to how everything works and all that. But yeah. Yeah, so actually a much better system. Much better system. Will the game come with a story or not? Yes, it will. There will be an overarching story to the whole thing. It's not going to be a game with nothing, with no substance to it. It won't just be like a mindless killing game and mechanics and such. There will be some lore behind it and everything. And don't feel like I may have already answered a question. If you have questions about the game, always feel free to ask. If you don't know, you don't know. Could I and should I? Could I and should I? And should we make a third object to become interactable with for this? By the way, was it you, Paranel, that asked me at one point in time, I don't know if it was you or somebody else, that asked me if I ever thought about having fights that weren't without, or that were without the whole party, like just one mob or one player, not the whole like solo party system. Was it you that asked me that at one time? I can't remember who asked me that. It was like, that was a while ago. The being asked before is what made me think of it. Let's see here for a moment. Where do we want to put you? Because we could put you here. I could put it there. And it would kind of like... It would kind of fill up the menu right, I feel like. You know what I mean? Like this would just kind of perfectly fill up the menu and make it just feel right. As opposed to like if we put it over here, anywhere here, it just doesn't feel right. We could make another thing here, but it just kind of doesn't make sense. So like I feel like where it feels the best and looks the best is going to be within the missions themselves, and only have it within your endless missions for actually loading it in. Just like I do with the auto reset. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Okay. Because I'm always trying to think of like... It's not so much about just like making a system that sounds good on paper, it's about also placing it into an area within the game that makes sense to the player. Like automatically. It doesn't even have to be a thought to them. It's just like they see it and they're like, oh, that makes sense, that's there, I like that. Okay, cool. Now I know where that is, you know? And you don't really tell the player, oh, hey, this is here. You more just kind of leave it open for them to find it within a means that they naturally would find it, so that they feel like they have discovery to things, but it's discovery that they don't have to fly across the world for, so to speak. It's more discovery that they find within their backyard. And it allows a player to just look at systems, learn system, and pick them up within a kind of like a pace for them to feel it out. Because like I said, we're only going to have this in endless missions, so when they open up the endless missions, they'll see that. They'll be able to sit there for a while in the pause menu because they don't have to stress about dying. They'll be able to read and really just intake the entire situation there, and then just experience endless for what it is, and then kind of figure things out on what they want to do and all that. And then, you know, through later investment of the game, they start to understand like the value behind how they need to separate each one in order to maximize whatever they're looking for. It's pretty much like give them easy discovery, but allow them to have the freedom of the hard mastery, if you will. I just want to close some windows and free up space. But every time I click on an X, I get a throbber for 300 minutes a day. What's a throbber, Baker? It's the damn loading screen thing whenever you do something. You know, like whenever you load into a mission, you get the little circle thing that goes around like that. Yeah, that's called a throbber. Congratulations, you have to live with that too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Look at it. It's a throbber. Oh, let's live with it. Oh. Oh, just bask in the knowledge of the disturbing name. Oh. I just wanted to close the workspace because I knew it was very crowded. But here we are. Baker, is it? Baker, are you telling me that's not responded? It's not responding. Give it a minute. Give it a year. Give it a century. I believe in you, computer. I have the utmost of faith in you. You know? Like, I bet you're just gonna ram straight through it. You're gonna have all the power that you need. And you're gonna find the source of everything. Yeah. Yeah. And you'll have the intake to just have all the flow that you need. Just processing so fast. Alright, I'm done being nice. Can you hurry up, you piece of shit? Huh? I did this to myself. To be completely fair. I should have closed this workshop earlier, but this is like 3 days of a workshop being open and working on like 6 different things, like systems. So there's like probably like 30 to 40 plus fucking things of just objects open and all of their code. Not the wisest thing for me to do. Like I know better than to do that. I know what I should be doing is finishing a patch of what I need to do and then saving it and then opening up a new workspace and then continuing on from there before I open up another batch of like objects and make new objects and everything. I know that's what I'm supposed to do. But you see, what I did was not that. Instead, I was stupid. And I just let it go for days and days and days. And I worked on the potion room. I worked on the last bits of the library. And then I came into the main room, into the first mission room to work on all the scaling. And I did all of that. And all of that. In like one fucking workspace. Thank you. You see, I had to just come to acceptance. Okay, sometimes acceptance is all it takes for you to win. Once you have acceptance in your failures, sometimes that's just the breakthrough you need. Actually, let's call this bot reset, right? Bot reset? That sounds like a better group name. Okay, and then we want one more, and we'll call this scaling buttons, I guess. Scaling buttons. That sounds good. That sounds like a good name. Okay. We can kind of take something with this, right? If I'm thinking correctly, we can take something with that. Let's bring you up. Let me take a look at this. Oh, we're gonna get ourselves ready for a break, but I'm thinking we can do something with that then. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 values. And we have 3 things here. We have an auto. Let me just pull up the I can actually just set this. I don't know why I wasn't thinking to just do that. Soul tick counter, we'll call it 1. Soul tick, I'll call it 2. Enemy XP, we'll call it 100. Yeah, we'll call it player XP there too. Okay. Now this should load up the values accordingly. And I shouldn't have to worry about the fact that I have that there. But we're gonna go ahead and get ready for a break here. When I come back, we're gonna continue on with getting this done. I love the new scaling. I love the new scaling. It feels so fucking good. We're gonna make it so the player can get there. They're gonna have to grind for it, but they're gonna be able to see this. I fucking love it. We are slowly figuring this out, man. It is feeling good. It is feeling good, I'll tell you that much. Anyways, do remember, we only run breaks during my support stream and when I do ad breaks. Other than that, we don't run ad breaks at all, or ads at all. So definitely be sure to stick around and support the stream by... what's the word I'm looking for here? enjoying your ads about Call of Duty skins, World of Warcraft private servers, CSGO skins, and your favorite botting site for quick power leveling. Enjoy the ad breaks with that. I think it's about the best way that I can put it, and I thank you so much for doing so. And we'll see you all when I come back from the break.
So, to go over the things that I actually did over the 4 days that I wasn't streaming, we have remade the first map. It is 20,000 height by 40,000 width. Now this will give a very little bit of a dynamic advantage to the player and also enemy. If you were moving on a, what's it called, diagonal axis, you are going to be able to have faster movement speed than what your movement speed is, because I'm going to not correct that when you're doing that. If you have a room shaped like this where one side is bigger than the other, and you don't adjust your code accordingly, you will have that, which I do want the player to be able to have, and also enemies and such. I don't know if enemies get it. I know player does. I don't know if the code works to give enemies it too. Actually, might be wrong on that. Yeah, no, I'm wrong on that. I'm wrong on that. But player does gain it. Especially when you use like their built-in tools like I did, which the reason why I used is like I really like the basic movement tools that they use for the move and collision for visual. I've actually learned this directly from their tutorials themselves. That's where I ripped this from. This is all it is here, is just these two things. They have a really, really nice move and collide system that I was trying to figure out with like NPCs itself, because I found it fairly efficient, to be fair. I didn't really like that it ran every step, but I felt like it did a really good job. I don't know how efficient it would be once you threw like a bunch of them on there having it, but if you're only gonna have like a few things or something like that, it just works really, really, really well, especially for the player. And all this does is it takes your input here, which matches up to all of these here, your keyboard input, and it does minus that to, you know, actually figure out which one it is and everything, in the way of when you're colliding, it's going to be taking the other value to minus that to stop you from going in that direction anymore. And then that's multiplied by your player speed. So yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting. Because these are essentially all like ones and zeros is what these are, and then these add up to that. Because if you wouldn't understand that, because this does say keyboard check, and that should just come up as like a true false thing, and that'll be read as a 0 and a 1, so you can do 1 minus 0 and stuff like that, and then that allows for this. That's at least how I'm assuming it works as a whole. I wouldn't say I'm 100% on that, because I haven't made a custom system that actually use just a purely like non-their system, which is this move and collide. So that's kind of what I'm going off of with it when I actually read it. How you doing, Nip? But yeah, those are the changes we've made so far. Now that we're done me getting off topic and such. Yeah, we added in one more row of beds. Actually more than that. We doubled the beds in the way of the back row, and then after that I added in a whole another row on top of it. So we added 3 times the amount of beds. I kept the storage room the same, but I just made it a bigger size. We'll be adjusting these open blocks you see everywhere. I'm going to be making custom ones that have doors on them and such. It's just, I made them a little bit bigger to give me an idea of where I want doors exactly and all that. But these are, everything's going to be enclosed when I'm actually done with it, and I still need to put torches on some of these and everything like that. I am thinking of maybe just drawing that too, and I could just have it as a line to undraw it and redraw it after every time, but I'm not too sure if I feel like doing that. I can give it maybe a random number. Ooh, and just have it randomly of, oh, that's actually a good idea. I could set them up to when they pop up, it runs a random number generator and it regenerates where the doors appear and all of that. Actually like that. We're gonna do that. So we added as well, before we only had one of these, we added 3 more because we added 3 times the amount of beds. In order to keep things the same. And down in the officers' quarters, we just added 1 more block because there's a lot of objects in just this one here. The officers' living quarters alone is right now 1,758 blocks, or destroyable objects. So, yeah, that's our big layer right there. That's our big one right there. So we added in 1 more of these in order to actually match up with these. I believe that was correct, or I just needed 1. I don't know. Either way, I liked it with 2, so I left 2 in. And that's where the new map is at. We've left some nice open areas. The player now will actually spawn in this area over here. I can't remember the exact coordinates of it, but it is within this area here. And the main thing is I wanted to open areas for, you know, actual mobs to be able to spawn, because that is, you know, important for density and all that. But also have a fair bit of destroyable objects. We now have 3,300 destroyable objects, and the way I will have the objects in their respawning is where you won't have any objects on the map at some point, and there'll be only room for more mobs to spawn. So sometimes you won't have the enrage phases because all the objects will be destroyed and all of that. And also we'll be creating a targeting system for the player to toggle between the independent party members that they have, including themselves, on whether they want to target objects or target enemies. So we got a lot of work we're going to be putting into this, but I'm finally very happy with where I have the first mission. It's just refining out the mechanics of it to make it more engaging. But yeah, that was the main thing that I've worked on. This is what we're working on here currently. I actually did not get the things pulled up that I changed code on. Oh, we also did one massive change in the game. I made it so when the player dies, anything that was throwing me errors because the player wasn't existing, now gets deleted when you die as the player, and then it'll automatically pause the game and bring up a pause menu, which I will eventually have with like a breakdown of all the stats and everything from the run. The reason why I did that is 2 different reasons: to create the overview screen and also to free up thousands of if statements of checking to see if or at least thousands occurring. It was only, I want to say, probably about 10 to 15 if, you know, player exist statements, but because if instance exist is one of the higher processes, like instance, anything to do with instance is generally a higher processing thing, so if you can get rid of that, it's always good to do so. And this helped freed up a lot. As well, I went through the abilities, or I went into the abilities, because this was a very high performance thing, was this alarm retracking, because I have 1,800 rounds a minute being shot out. So what we did was we increased it to a 60 seconds now, so it's, or not 60 seconds, but once every second for the actual check itself to redo this alarm to rehome. So our performance is massively better on all of that end. Insanely better. As well, we changed around the enemy detection as a whole, essentially. So what we have done with that is, as you can see, this is significantly less on the alarms. The alarm for attacking no longer ever gets ran unless they're actually colliding with the player itself, and then it checks to see if that alarm is equal to 0, and if it is, it runs the alarm. And in the alarm, we don't have any place checking or anything like that, because we already know interaction happens, so the player is going to take the damage. So we have the lines for all of that ran, and we turned all of these into scripts because the player dies, so I don't really mind calling a script at that point. And then we have all of our destroys. So it runs much more efficiently. It only runs when it needs to, and we have our alarms set for what we want the cooldown to be. I got rid of all the attack speeds on things. I just left it at a default attack speed. And this made things much more efficient on that end. A lot of code wasn't running when it is now not running when it doesn't need to, which is absolutely beautiful. And also, we have a few different things that we changed over here. So we added in a point distance check for all of our objects, including the enemies themselves. And we have them check to see if they are more than a set distance. Right now I have it set at 2200 pixels, but I may be increasing that over time. Not 100%. Or 2200 places, I guess, on the map or something like that will go by. Pixels, yeah. Sorry. And over in the what's it called? Because they won't be doing anything if the player if they are greater than. So what we have them do instead is that we have the object destroy phase, which is what I'll be getting into later, which is the whole system I was working on with the destruction and all that I was referring to earlier. But with not looking at that, where is it? Here we go. Where is this code? Did I not implement this in? Ah, here we go, here we go. So yeah, here it is. If they are greater than 2200, it rolls a random number between 0 and 999, so 1000 placements. And if it equals 1, what it'll actually do is, I have here a direction angle and a direction range. This is here to set the angle of where they're going to be at in relation to the player in a circular fashion, so we have 360 on both ends. And then this is just a distance as to which they'll be spawning from, which I set it to just be on the camera view. I figure that would make the most sense. I mean, they are ghosts, so it really doesn't matter, to be completely fair with you. But what that does afterwards is it feeds into a length duration, or length direction, for an X and a Y, which is a code letter. You can just implement a range and an angle, and it'll actually set to that area there. So you can have, you know, things walk to that area, or check to see if a place is free if you want to have mobs spawn or anything like that, because I've used this before. In order to have mob spawning, if you want to have a nice circular spawning around the player at consistent times like you would get with a lot of other games, this would be a system you would more use. And I have down here just checks for the player's XY, then adds those two together in order to come out with the X and the Y variable. It checks to see if that place is empty of all objects. If it is, then it immediately jumps to it and sets the point direction for the player and the speed of the NPC itself. And we also have that over here for when the enrage happens, but we increased it to 10 or less. So you have 11 different values that can be chosen for it, which drastically increases the rate at which it happens. But if this is enabled and their image scale is, at least on the x-axis, I only had to check one axis because that's all I need to do, is less than what the cap allowance that I have it set at, which is 3 times, is achieved, it'll roll a random number generator between 1 and 100 and have the enemy go to the nearest actual collision. Which would be like anything like the bunk beds, tables, walls that are destroyable, any of the destroyable objects, that becomes their focus there. And only if their, only if their image scale is at 3 will it run the other code to port them over. And this is what we have during the enrage phase. So that's where we're kind of at right now. I believe that was all the things that I did. Oh yeah, no, one more thing. I gave everybody a ranged ability. And what we're going to be doing, because we do have we have mess halls here, we're going to have them actually randomly generating random bits of food to throw at you. So instead of the projectiles that you see on the you usually see on the last NPC, the skull one, all of them have that right now, but they're just going to be changed into a randomly generated food item every time. Essentially, that's just what you would, it's the exact same thing I used for their codes. So what I did was, as well, to help clear up space, I have it check for a point distance, and if it's within a certain distance, I got to adjust that from 25 to 2200, because that's more appropriate to my current testing. Regardless, though, it checks for that, and if it is, then it'll actually cast the spell, quote-unquote cast, which is just creating an instance itself of the projectiles. And I made another little tab for projectiles, or 2 tabs for mobs and projectiles, so I can keep things separate and just have generalized better organization. I believe that was everything that I did over the break, quote unquote. The break from commentary. Yeah, that was everything we did there. So those were all the things that we did. Got a good amount done. Oh. Okay. So, now that I went over that, let's go ahead and clean up all these tabs here, and we're gonna jump back into my system that I was working on here. I guess I should show you a demo, kind of what it looks like. Let me open up these tabs, or close down these tabs. I'll show you all the demo real quick, and of where I'm at right now, at least. And we can go from there. I give myself 5 damage. We'll show you at an extreme end of things. No crit chance, just a lot of health, dodge. Okay. The main part where I'm trying to refine on is the consistent feeling of mobs being poured on top of you, even though mobs aren't doing anything at a certain time. And that's including, I'm not too sure if I want to do it with power creep or not, or like if you want to stand still, it's your own problem. I kind of lean towards that, to be honest with you. Because, like, even though, yes, I'm the guy who's sat in a corner for 100 hours, I only do that because the game allowed me to do that, and like Warframe's a grind-based game. I'm sorry, to put more effort in than you need to, I really don't find to be logical. So like if you can do something and save yourself efficiency and all of that, like that becomes the best method for the game. But yeah, so essentially what this does is we have a next enrage timer here that you can see ticking down every second. Once that ticks down to 0, it'll switch over to the enrage. And at the same time too, enemies will stop spawning in. This is mainly due to performance reasons. A bunch of mobs increasing their image scale is not the best for performance. So in order to prevent performance issues from happening, I do stop mob scaling from happening at that time, but I do allow mob scaling during the, when you're waiting for the next enrage phase. I've been refining out, there's been a cooldown timer that I have added to, I forgot about this. There's a cooldown timer that I have added to the mob spawning itself, to where if it does hit the cap of whatever it is, it'll actually stop spawning them for a minute right now. But I am looking at refining that around to probably around 30 seconds. But what this does is it just allows time for things to occur in the game and everything like that. And because the player has control over the mob density and stuff like that a lot more, I feel like that's a more logical thing to do. Now right now, as you can see, the first one, we didn't get too many mobs, about 45. We're going up. That's the cooldown thing that I'm talking about. I'm refining that out so we can max out mob count to also having good performance. So now, as you can see, we have a bunch of mobs growing in size with the enrage. And if you look over at our player here, right in this location here, you can see all the larger mobs actually porting themselves there once they hit the size. So that's our overall concept that we're going for. We're just trying to refine it out and make it a very smooth and seamless transition between everything. Yeah, very, very efficient on performance and all of that. Is really, really great. I'm extremely pleased with it. There's just a few things that I have to work out, and that's really all there is. It's really not bad at all. There isn't much that has to be done at the end of the day. Right now, one thing I do want to work on is once enemies, like say you got like these guys here, they're all moving, right? One of these guys is gonna collide here, like, to see how they all collided. I want them, when they collide, to just jump right to the nearest object, or whatever that object was that they were going to be ideally going for. Or I might just have them not even do the running towards and just jump right to the objects themselves. I'm going to see if that might be more efficient and everything, because otherwise I do have to just jump through a mess and everything, and I would rather get the mobs cleaned up as much as possible and get as much of the room cleaned up as possible, so that when the enrage phase ends and there's not objects up, what they're going to do then is have more space to have more mobs spawned. And I'm trying as well to maximize out the amount of mobs, the larger mobs that are going to be ported there, so there's less of those on the map, making more room for more mobs, so that we'll probably set up something with maybe some type of enrage when there's no objects up, if we can figure that out as well. But yeah. We're slowly figuring it all out, making a nice, seamless, and just workable experience. So yeah, that's what we've been working on. It's been as much mind frying as you do think. As you can tell, it took me 24 minutes to just explain to you what was going on. I get a good amount done though in those days where I don't have to do commentary. As I was explaining to Nip off on a support stream, it's just giving commentary kind of interrupts my train of thought. Because I generally don't, my overall train of thought is very sporadic, and it's a lot of just incomplete statements and incoherent, like, incoherentness, and then I suddenly come to it. So what I have to do is take those incoherent thoughts and everything, and I have to turn them into something that actually can make sense, not just for somebody that codes, but for somebody that may be learning coding at the same time, be, you know, a little bit like not has a tiny bit of knowledge, maybe took a class or so, but just is interested in what's going on and can still somewhat then follow along. So that's why for me the commentary and all that takes a lot of off of my general mind of like thinking and all that. It's because I'm definitely not just like freely stating whatever the hell I'm thinking. You know what? Everybody would be so confused. So confused. I mean, I guess I could always just do that, and then by the end of, and then at the end of it, you could see it, and then I can describe it. Maybe, I don't know. That would be so incoherent, though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe being a mad scientist might be a good idea. That's about what that would sum down to. Oh man. Anyways. So one thing I wanted to do right now is we're gonna go ahead and check on the objects. And there's that. What about walls? I really should just put a whole, I really should just make a whole destroyable tab with just different subsections. Let's do that right now. We'll do single beds. Bunk beds. At some point you get so many assets that you just have to make other subgroups and stuff like that. That's generally how I work, is once I hit to a point where I'm like, okay, I gotta make more subgroups, then I'll go ahead and do that. I mean, if I can see it, I guess, coming up ahead, be like, okay, well, I'm gonna need this, this, and that. You know, if I can really foresee it, then I will. But I won't overstress myself trying to think about every subsection that I'm gonna need to make and all of that. I don't bother with all that noise. It's as it happens is how it happens. And I think that's a good way to go about it. What we got here? We'll say chairs next. And then we'll do table chairs. I can't spell chairs. I think that was it, right? We have table chairs. I could have organized these as I was doing this too, which would have also made it easier on me figuring out if I was missing anything. But I do believe I got everything. There we go. Look how much cleaner that's looking now. There we go. We just have object one stuff there, and then we'll make one more, and we'll call this walls. We'll put walls here like that, and then we have, we'll rename this to background walls, we'll call this, because these are non-destroyable walls. So we'll just kind of give that a good indicator that these are walls for the background and not for objects, because object walls will kind of, with everything else, kind of immediately tell me. I mean, I guess we could, since these were objects before that weren't destroyable. So we'll just call this destroyable objects. Was this you? This was you. Okay, so we'll take this one here and we can move this down here. Okay, and that organizes everything well. If we want, we can take the parents and move them up to the top now. And then this way, we have parent on top, children underneath, and that's just an OCD. Okay, and that's looking good. That looks a lot better now. Okay, so we got parent table, single bed, bunk bed, table, chairs, and chair. And now we need this. Okay. So one thing I wanted to do is we're going to turn off these alarms here. Just like that. And this way we're going to have set control to having everything reappear. You want it to reappear. I could do better testing this way. I need to see if an error shoots right now if there's no objects. That's a very important thing. I need to see if mobs are pathing where they shouldn't be pathing, if there's nothing there, but they're trying to say there's something there because I don't actually delete the objects. I change the sprite image, which then frees up the allocation of resources that are needed for another mob to spawn and other things like that, but it never actually takes them off. It never takes them off the screen or anything like that, because then if I want to put them back on, the recreation of them is going to be even worse. I could have them jump off map is another thing that I can have done, but that's kind of a last resort for me, because then I'm just gonna like it's a movement which then costs steps. So yeah, we're trying to figure all that out right now, and that was the main thing that I wanted to do here was this. I wanted to have all this done before I got to stream today, because a lot of today is just going to be staring at a screen doing nothing. And I don't know how good of commentary and everything is going to be, but like this is where I'm at with coding, and I don't really like to just jump to another project. I work on something until it's done. I'm very, very focused. Like, unless I have to break off from it for some particular reason, you know, that's a different story, but yeah. Also, let's experiment a little bit here with the spawn system, because like I talked about earlier, let me close up this. I wanted to fix this. Close that out too, and we'll just leave this open like this and gather what we need when we need it. No, I didn't want to do that. I mean, did you actually make room for me? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'll take it. Screw it. Alright. So we wanted to come over here. Oh, I still have that open here. I'm dumb. And we're going to come down here, and instead of 3,600, we're going to divide that in half and make that 1,800? No. Is that 18? Yeah, 18, I think that's 18. 18 times 2 is 36. Correct. I'm not stupid. Yay. I can do basic multiplication and division. Congratulations, Baker. Thank you. So we're going to set it down to a 30-second cooldown instead of a 60-second. And the reason why I don't create time sources is, like, I just feel like if I have to create something, we're taking up steps. So that's why we just, everything, even if it's an absurd number, even if it's like 10 minutes, which is like 36,000, I'll opt in for using steps. I'll opt in any time to use steps. Because I don't have to create a time source. You're not taking up my memory. Just so you can have a fancy little counter. We need mobs, damn it. We need them all. But yeah, we'll figure out the timing that we need and all that, and we'll kind of just... I think I clicked that. I need to put a visual notification to let me know if I've clicked stuff like that. I don't know why I haven't put that in there. That's how set I am on doing things, that even if I need to go back and do something else, that would just be a quality of life currently, but I know I need to go back and do it after, I'll probably still ignore it. And I'll just deal with whatever the consequences are there. Which is me sometimes clicking it and actually didn't click it. Or thinking I clicked it, but I actually didn't click it. Yeah. Mob counter should go higher this time, because there is a lot of places free, but with a minute cooldown, I mean, there's not much it can do when it only has 2 minutes to spawn mobs. You know what I mean? Because the thing that's going to be limiting the FPS currently would be the collision down there on the player, because I have a very unrealistic situation going on, and that's where the player has, let me put some commas in there, hold on. Let me put some commas in this file. 100 million health. 100 million health and only does 5 damage. That's why I said completely unrealistic situation. Something you would never really see happen unless someone was just memeing. You know what I mean? You have 100 million health, but yet you only want 5 damage? What are you planning for? As you can see, we're at 8,100 mobs now. It was just our timer there was the issue. And we still have good stable FPS. It's actually over 100 on the CPU steps, so that's really good. Over 9,000 mobs now. Boom, boom, and now they're not going to spawn anymore. Stuck at 9,800. Beautiful amount. Now everything will come in nice and smooth. Looking good. Looking good. We gotta keep going until there's no objects left in the room. Oh, I probably actually hear... This is a good test here. I want to see after. We're gonna wait for this enrage phase to end. Once that enrage 4 is over, we're gonna go ahead and see if more mobs do spawn, which they should. They should. They should. We got a lot of open space right now. A lot of open space, though at the same time that FPS is looking like it's right at its limit. That's right at its limit. That's gotta be. I'd be amazed to see more. That's just because of unrealistic collision going on right now. I mean, there isn't even any places. Oh, there is. There's a few mobs spawned. They found some places free. As you can see, we got beautiful collision going on everywhere. We got mobs doing what they need to be doing. We just need to adjust some things. One thing that's going to free up a lot of performance for us is getting these mobs to unstick from each other when they're colliding with each other. Right now, we just have a lot of checks going on and reading 0. That's what we have going on, is a lot of checks for that. Okay. Yeah, we didn't get any more mobs. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad it's not spawning more. That's exactly what I would want. Good. There we go. That's good. So let's give this a realistic amount of damage for our situation. We'll give this just 5,000. I think for right now will be decent to test. Actually, let's do 50,000. And then let's go with 50 right now and see what happens. Might be long enough for the objects to all be destroyed. Because it's going to be our main thing we check for right now. Is do any errors shoot when that happens? And I do 2 minutes because it gives enough time for mobs to spawn. And I'm impatient. Otherwise, ideally, I'd be doing 5 minutes is what I want to do. 5 minutes for you to hit the enrage phase, and then 3 minutes for how long the enrage phase lasts. At the same time, I might be decreasing that even more, though. Seeing how aggressive it can be and how quickly the objects delete, we may adjust that around, or I'll just end up adjusting how quickly the other timer is set to have everything respawn. Probably be testing to see how fast I can get them to respawn faster. Because I want this to be the main friction point for the player in the game. I don't want it to just be like a mindless killing field. But at the same time, I do want it to be a mindless killing field. You know what I mean? It's just, you have a stipulation and you can have mobs buffed if you're too lazy. That's the main thing. Being lazy doesn't make you fail, it just makes you have to have more power creep. You know, or to build accordingly to plan for it. Which may mean, like, having to reduce the amount of damage you output in order to look more at a damage per second perspective instead of damage per hit perspective. And building more for survivability. Because the way I'm gonna be having everything set up, I guess ideally, is so that if the player wants, they can destroy every object in the room at base movement speed if they take the due diligence to go around the room. And essentially the way I'm figuratively figuring that out, I haven't actually done anything to really do that, would be just going from point A to point B in the room and multiplying that times 20. It's a nice easy way to look about it. And that gives, like, any player more than enough time to do it. So you go from one side, you go from the longest side, and you go all the way across, and then you multiply that. You could say by 20 to be fair. If you want to be rough on the player, multiply it by about 3. Because you're also not accounting, like, if you're just doing from here to here, you're not accounting for here to here, or here to here and all of that type of stuff. You're not accounting for the whole map, for the corners over here. So you want to definitely multiply that up. And generally a good way to look at that would be each point on the map. You have essentially 6 points, we'll say, on a map. You have, or not 6, you have 3 points on each of your individual sides. And then you can multiply that times how many sides you have, which obviously 4, so you get 12. And that can give you a realistic, like, kind of tight feeling timer, but also one that can still be remotely achievable. You still, of course, have to put it into full practice to see if it works well with the other mechanics that play into your game and everything. And the reason why I say to 20 is because we haven't even accounted for mobs. You know? And I still think even 20 might be a bit of a but I think if the player really focuses on it, I feel like it would be definitely doable. So I feel like for me with the map size, if I remember correctly, it's about 1:40 to go across at camera movement speed, which roughly like once every 20-ish minutes probably be ideal, somewhere around there. 20-30 minutes. For having all the objects respawn at least. But at the same time, I have to account for the mobs destroying the objects themselves from aggroing on to the player and how all of that works into it. So like that reduces my 20 down even more. So we may go closer to around like 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes. I'm testing off of not moving, but that's because I can already have an idea of what the player... I already know the kill rate of how fast a player can kill an object. I can see them hitting an object, and then I know movement speed because I've played the game for hundreds of hours, so that's why I don't actually get, like, my boots on the ground, if you will, and play the game to really figure out a true set timer. Because as well, if you're just like going through power creep, you're going to destroy the objects really fast. But as power creep withers away, then you're going to have a bit more of a problem trying to do that. And I want to make sure that the player feels that difficulty happening. When their power creep starts to run out, they're also going to start losing the battle of trying to keep the objects destroyed and all of that. Right now we have an immense amount of mobs just doing nothing but contacting each other. And we have one side of the map completely empty. So this is where we have one problem currently laying for the enrage. Is, as you can see, we are out of pretty much most objects. And this is why I'm thinking I want to have mobs kind of jump to the objects if they're further away than the camera distance, which is essentially the radius that we set, or the point distance that we do set is a little bit shorter or a little bit longer than the actual camera distance, just so it gives an illusion to the player that they are actually fighting things if they're actively moving or anything like that, and things are always actively coming into screen and all of that type of stuff. Because I feel like doing so would probably clean up the map a lot faster, and anything within camera distance is usually going to end up getting destroyed anyways by the player's abilities. So right now we have a very large mob density, but we can't do much. Our FPS is looking decent, actually. That's not too terrible. Like I said, I'm trying to debate whether I want a reduction to happen or not for the player's overall efficiency. Oh, we got mobs spawning in. Oh, that's good. Look at that. Look at them spawning in. They are just getting picked off, to be fair, but Why is that guy moving? What did he spawn and move? That was interesting. Someone else just spawned and moved there too. Need to check that out. No one should be doing that. Nobody should be doing that far away. It looks like it's just one NPC that's doing it. And it's not all the time. Oh no, it's not one, it's all of them. That's a different one. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why. Wonder why. Is anyone else just randomly moving? Or is this like just a certain sector of the map? If so, why? I don't see anyone else. It's very, very random. Extremely random. Okay, he's moving towards an object. He's moved. Moves towards a wall. Are we enraged? Oh, we're enraged. Okay. Okay, are they moving towards things that don't exist now? Anybody? And they look like they're moving towards things that exist, but at the same... If I path the movement up... I feel like that's false. Usually be a table right there. This little white dot that moved here, there would usually be a table right there. My knowledge, right? Wouldn't there usually be a table there? Hold on. It's loading the map. Big map, it's gonna take a minute to load. Even just the view of it on the engine. Big map, lot of objects. It's like, oh god. Okay. Yes. There's usually a table right there. I don't like that. Ah. Is that why everybody is getting into such remote piles like that? I guess the good way to know that... Oh god, I didn't make my movement speed fast enough. We are not doing that. I'm gonna add 60 movement speed. And... like I said, today's just gonna be a lot of me loading up the game over and over. I'm gonna get myself ready for a break here though, and we're gonna just kind of leave this testing while I take my break, and I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Yeah, this is what today is. It's not always about making glorious lines of code and everything. Sometimes it's just about staring at something for just forever. Just forever. Frying your brain. It's wonderful. Anyways, I do want to thank you all for coming around, and for those of you that do stay around, cannot thank you enough. For those of you that won't be here when we come back from the break, I do want to thank you, like I said, for coming around and giving support to the game. But do remember, we only run ads during my breaks and when I run support streams, so you're lurking during that does keep the stream ad-free for mid-rolls while I am here. Cannot thank you enough, and we'll see y'all when I come back.
We are gonna go ahead and get on this. Why isn't that getting done? We're gonna need you doing that, please. Yeah, thank you. We're gonna need that. we're gonna need that for the testing thing. The testing thing, Baker? The testing things. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and continue where we left off. Okay, so we were figuring out what we were doing with all these here. Okay, now I remember here. We were setting this up just as a security measure, which we'll also be doing when we put in the time source, so it'll all be the same thing there. So that'll be good. Okay, so that goes that. And then this one, yeah, that was subtraction. This was subtraction. These were addition. That was what I needed to do. These were addition. Oh, this was not addition. This is still subtraction, dumbass. Okay. So we want this to add to that number so that it goes up. It starts at 1 and just goes up infinitely from there. And the number will have actual importance behind it due to the fact that scaling does exponentially go up. So at some point in time, you actually will need a higher percentage than, like, say, even 100 to actually still have effective levels per hour and stuff like that. So that'll be good. That pretty much sets everything up there for a little testy poo. So let me... This is why I ended last night. Because my brain shut down just something as simple as that. I was like, yeah, no, we're done. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I wonder, could I just bring this up with, could I bring this up with just that, even? Could I just use... Oh my lord, I can. Oh, that's so nice. Good, I could show you guys these files without blinding you now. Actually, pretty cool. Good. I forgot about that. Where are you?
Is this it? This is it. There we go. I forgot about Microsoft Visual Studio. I used it a little bit for Unity and like Unreal when I was screwing around, and then I was just like, we're just gonna forget about it. We don't need it when it comes to GameMaker. Okay, but we'll go ahead and reset up some of these values here. This is what the actual player base, like the main file, looks like and everything. Has the player level, their max enemy level, which this is what is affected by, or this is the system that allows you to spawn higher levels in the library. And then you'll have your buff limit, your bot reset, and that's whether it's true or not. And then, actually we have a double on that, I need to remove that. I need to remove that in the player stat one, and then we have our bot section. This is for everything to do with the bot auto reset thing, and then we have everything to do with fast scaling, which is what we'll be editing right now. So we'll bring these values back up to their original values, if you will. And something simple as that, then we just save that. And close. Boom. Okay, let's go see how that works. Yeah, it's just a very simple init file. That's what all this stuff is here. But all of that basic stuff is. And yes, I'm going to remember about that extra bot setting here. I'm guessing that's going to be in the initial creation area. I could be wrong. You have to look around for that one. We'll get to it. Alright, so here... Okay, we get an error. Oh, hold up here. We see soul tick. Did I not send it to the right? Oh, I bet these aren't sending to the right thing. I bet we need to change some of these around. Where are they sending to? What was that, soul tick? Level counter? There's a level counter in here? If level... Object soul tick. Oh, object soul tick. Okay. Oopsie. I'm not reading correctly. Soul tick. Okay. Where is this here? Enter? Let's escape. Here's enter. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, just one error at a time. One error at a time. We'll get there. Actually, let's just double check everything here. We saw that happen with the, what was that, enter? Okay, that one's good. Oh my god, my carpal tunnel is not going today. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay. Well, that's at 0 now. Why is it at 0? Oh, love her. Did that really just enter it in at 0?
No, we still have a soul tick of 600. What do you... Let's talk about this for a moment. Okay. So that's a if 0 there. How do we get that to just... What did we do before? Why was that at 0 before? What did I do to set it at 0? Why was that at 0? Confusion. I don't have enough to cycle that down completely. We'll just do 60. Okay, it's 540. Okay. That goes down. Was that all my soul points? No, we have 10,000 left over. Okay. That enter doesn't want to work on enemy decrease. Hmm. Okay. Give myself a lot of zeros so I can. Okay. I'm just stupid, so that's fine. Anyways. Good. Ah, jeez. Why? Why does every single one of them work with that one? See, it disables the true even and everything. Oh. Give me a moment here. My brain. It's working. It's working. Hold on here. I understand it now. I got this. Okay. I got this. I already know why. It's a step thing. It's a step thing. It's taking too many steps to get down here because of the else's. So like if I wanted to make it more efficient or like to work correctly, I would have to have it feed in through an array on this. Otherwise I can do this right here. Okay. But we're not really worried about the efficiency of this because it isn't going to affect mob spawning and we're not in an online game. And we don't have to worry about server memory reading and all that. If we were in an online game and everything like that and we cared about, you know, server reading and stuff like that, and because it does cost money, then we would be looking to make that as efficient as humanly possible. But here is not really too big of a deal. This should fix that whole issue now. You know what, it's not going to fix that issue completely. I know what it's going to do right now, is it's going to throw an error. And the reason why it takes a little bit longer as well, it's mainly not just the else's, it's an else and it sends to. So it's like an else, and then it has to send to that one to check that one, and then it has to send back over, and it does that a bunch of times. So it's a multitude of problems. If we use globals, it would cut the speed down drastically on it, and it would make it a little bit more efficient than if we were doing this send here. But because this is only a one-time occurrence here where this is actually being picked up and everything, it'll be more efficient, and the fact that we have it in other code where it gets picked up a lot more, it'll be better to keep it as a non-global. Okay. Let's reset my stats actually really quick. Did I really not show the game? Are we gonna... unless I looked at it wrong there. Might have looked at it right at the most inopportune time. No. No, it... Why are you being like this? Why are you being like this today? That's really weird. Anyways. See? There we go. Okay. Okay. All that's working. That's a good baseline concept. That is a finished... That is finished. Finished. The only thing it needs now is number tweaking, but that is the system finish. Well, it needs number tweaking, and we need asset pulling too, like assets placing into it as well. So, because it looks like shit. It looks terrible. I make horrible assets, but they make good placeholder assets to get an idea. Anyways, so all of that looks phenomenal. We finally got that shit done. Oh. Okay, so that's a new system implemented in as well. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Okay. What was the thing I was doing after this? I know I was doing time sources, but was there one other thing I wanted to do before? Oh, yes, I wanted to make a system. I wanted to see if I could make an adaptive system that would register the player's CPU, like essentially real FPS. It's just like I think it's GPU or CPU read speed. I forget which one, but one of those. I think it might be GPU, but let me see before I keep talking about that. Real FPS. It was called Real FPS. FPS Real, that's right. FPS Real. It is CPU. It is CPU. Okay, never mind. I thought it was CPU. That was my original thing I used to say there, but I started to second guess myself. I don't know why right now. But yeah, it is CPU. Okay, so that really fast number that y'all see on the right hand side here is that. But yeah, I might be able to make something that actually adaptively reads between both of those and makes it so that it never goes under within a threshold of it, but will continue to spawn mobs until it hits that threshold. So that'll be the threshold of the mob cap, is actually it detecting the performance of it. And then I'm also, once I get that done, then I'm also going to make another system that allows the player to customly set the mob spawning as they so want to. So they can set their own density, or they can turn on adaptive density, which will adapt to what their computer is. We're going to see if we can do something like that. Okay, let me go ahead and save this here. Let me do another save over here. Okay. And... one moment here. Let me just go ahead and reopen this. I was like, do you want to open that? Do you really want to try and open a file or open one with how it's been lately? No. No, you don't. You're just gonna close Game Maker and you're gonna reopen things. Okay. Oh, we got 26 errors today. I'll just keep changing as it wants. One day we'll log on to 5, the next day we'll log on to... Alright, let me go ahead and close this. We're going to open up a new workspace so that we can actually start working on it appropriately without having other things open. This might change up the entire system altogether too, which wouldn't be bad. Could work that around. That's an option. Look into it. Okay. You know what, I think I'm going to take a break here, and then when we come back, we're going to get into this, and we'll come back with a little fresh of a mind here. Because I'm not gonna lie, my brain just kind of stopped at this one. I guess maybe let's try to figure out on a baseline here. Let's try to get some variables made. What are we doing here? Global enemy count, which is that right there. It's global enemy level. Okay, so we have to change that number there from 400 to a number. And we have to take, well no, we have to take it, okay, so we take that out, and we do something like, is there anything about FPA? No, of course not. I'm just surprised they don't have anything visually just for FPS. Well, it's audio, definitely not native. And yes, eventually we'll be adding audio into the game at some point. Yeah, no, I guess not. Oh, there's a if instance exists. Oh, I didn't know that. Well. I might have to go through some other code there and actually see that. I'm gonna fix that around. Maybe it's faster. I don't know. Maybe that's faster than what I was doing before. I don't know if that's faster than that. I think it's the same thing. I think it just makes it easier for people to learn. Okay. I'm hoping that's all I have to do, and that's adaptive FPS. I'm hoping that's all I have to do. Or adaptive mod spawning. I'm hoping. The reason why I do ×3 is because I have to allow for heavy interactions to take place. I don't want it to have to do like cleaning up at the same time. That totally did not work. It totally did not work. Damn it. Greater than. Hold on. Let's do greater than. Oh. Okay. This should work now. There we go. You notice our kill count and our souls per second are going up a lot higher here. Look at that. That's a lot higher. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's adaptive spawning right there. Good shit. It'll actually adapt to the performance of your computer. Fuck yeah. Oh, it was so simple to do too. fact, I actually think it's a little bit more efficient than my old code. No, it's the same. It's the same. I was gonna say, I didn't think it would be that much more efficient, but yeah, no, it's roughly about the same. Okay, so let's replace this through everywhere and reset the values back, and we'll see what that looks like. Cool. Okay. Awesome. Good shit. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna take a break. That is awesome. Look at that. Look how easy that is. Adaptive spawning to the performance of your computer. So the better your computer is, the more mobs you can have spawned. It's beautiful. What we'll do is we'll set all that over here like that, and then we're going to make another one of these parent spawns, and we're going to have it for the player setting up their own. And what we're going to do is we're going to tell the game to spawn in which one of those based on on which one the player has activated. So only that system will spawn in for that particular based on your options. And I'll probably create a default one too that's, you know, this essentially this whole thing here. Because that'll be easy for me to do at the end of the day. I can just grab it from my keeper file, from the other file there, and then just throw this back in there and have it like that. But yeah. Actually here, before we go through and do that, I got one more test I have to run. I actually don't have... Hold on here. There was one thing we didn't test here. I need to switch the mob spawns to affinity at the bottom for spawning which mob, otherwise there was a cap there that was held. We need to get rid of that cap to make sure this works effectively before we move on. I'm gonna get the vape turned on though. Get some CBD in me. Oh my goodness. Come on. I know, it's a lot of code for you there. It's a lot of visual code. Probably should have been written out. But hey, you know, I like working with visual code. So you're just gonna deal with it. Okay. We are just gonna use the word affinity on this. I don't feel like having to... Actually, it might be wiser to just remove that right there. As a whole. That's a lot less code saved there. That's code saved. So then we do this. Like that. And then we can get rid of these. Okay. And then come over here. We can eliminate that check. Okay, let's see what happens now. Now that'll be adaptive. Oh, hold on, but I think this is still set to 20, isn't it? Yeah. 200, 2,000, 20,000. 20,000, 20,000. There we go. There we go. Now it's holding it. Yeah, you see the performance drop is a little bit more there. It's a little bit more. Because we did it -3 and I had the game speed set at 60 FPS, so it should be trying to hold 180 the whole time. There we go. Now that's working. It's about the same, but there is a bit more mobs. You can definitely see... Oh, look at that. It even stopped them too. Good, good. See that? Holding it. That's beautiful. That is so good. I like it. We got adaptive spawning to your computer and to how you set the game speed, all in coordination. And this does mean if you have a better computer, you will have a higher mob count if you set yourself down to 60 FPS, because it'll take longer and it'll be harder for it to hit that threshold. So you should theoretically, I would say theoretically because I fucking only tested this on my goddamn computer, theoretically should be able to have more mobs the better the computer you have. Oh. Fucking hell, that's good. Alright. I know what I have to do now. I'm gonna try and get that done as quick as possible here so we can leave this on a test while I'm AFK. Taking my break. That would be the most preferred way to have this done. I'm gonna push myself a little bit more even though my head's screaming at me right now. Oh boy, is it. Oh, this is fucking good. I'm gonna load up all these. I want to try it on a well, we'll just leave it on a ×3 to see how it runs there, and we'll go from there. But I might set it down to a ×2 only. It might work well. ×2 might be a good way. I know 3 times was going to be a security hold. Like it was going to work no matter what, but I have a feeling I might be able to go to a 2 times and be safe. Maybe 2.5. Because I still want to leave a pretty large amount of buffer room in between for everything, but yeah. Alright. First thing...
cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I don't know why I just didn't do FPS times 3. Why didn't I just do that there? And I could have just... I mean, is it gonna make a difference in the processor speed? This does affect mob spawning, so I have to really actually think about that. It might be wiser for it to do the calculation here first. It might be wiser to have it have the calculation done there, and then have that variable formed. And I have been thinking about an array for that whole thing there, but I haven't thought of how I'm going to do it correctly, because I want it to be very efficient if I'm going to do it. Oh, man. How did you realize this late, stupid ass? Okay, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and take a break here.
Okay. So, probably should have ran over and looked at the mob interaction. We have this doing this here. I believe they still went through. Let's take a look. Okay, it was when they were switching places they could. Okay, I think I know what we can do there. I think I know what we can do. Let's come over here. Go into this, right? You say if we'll say place meeting X Y we'll just use parent collision. Parent collision equals true. Let's try that first. Let's try to go as simplistic as possible. I don't know, this may get mobs stuck. I feel like mobs are gonna get stuck into each other, but I could be wrong. Alright, let's go down to the pillars of doom, if you will. No performance impact either. Oh, that's not good. Okay. What was that? They weren't going through walls there. Or they were going through the walls. Kinda weird. I mean... let's go further down. I'll just take advantage of the hole made. Let's give these walls a lot of health here. Let's give these walls a whole lot of health. And a couple more zeros. I can also... Hold on. Parent ability. We'll just... actually, just exit. It won't even run the code then. Oh, actually, just run an exit right in the beginning. Screw it. Just exit right in the beginning. The code will not run. And then this way, the only thing that'll be doing damage to it are the NPCs. So we can get really good testing. Really good testing. Because right now, that's what we're focusing on. And this is also going to replace the system where mobs would go underneath item or objects and all of that. So you won't be able to do that anymore. Nor will the player and everything. Because everything is going to be destructible. Oh, you see how they just go through sometimes? Oh, it's because they're colliding with each other. At that time, they're colliding with each other. And they're running the code. No? No, they just... Why do they just go through sometimes? Oh, see? They're still just going through on a vertical way. Okay, so there's... That's weird. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. To be honest, we can actually just take this. Come over here again. Let me close out these things here. We can get rid of this. Because we're going to be sending everything to an alarm. And if we do it correctly, we can just have all the same alarm. Just find out which one's free. Do like alarm 11 or something like that. Make sure it's free. Simple. We gotta let the game load thing do its thing. Not game load, but closing out the game load. Let's see. Let's make it over here first. Actually, that's the play. There, that is the exact play. Okay. Now, what if we just did? What if my mouse off here? I guess I don't know. Oh. Oh. No, I get it. Because it's doing plus or minus, so... Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. I wonder if I could use the move outside thing. I think I could do that. And instead of directional, just do like minus direction. Since the thing isn't moving. Quite possibly. Exactly what we're looking for. should be setting this just up in parent collision itself. Let's go back down here. That's where we found the weird spot. Plus we do have, if we go down to the very bottom, we'll have vertical and horizontal. There we go. Almost. And they're getting shoved through the wall, which is kind of unfortunate. Oh, we are getting so close. Oh boy, we are getting dangerously close right now. We still got 2,000 mobs on screen too. Oh, we are getting so close. Why are they getting knocked out like that? Okay. Oh wow. We are getting... What if we took this? That, like that. I mean, like, we are getting so damn close to something right now. Oh my lord, we are getting close to something. I tell you, we are venturing on to a whole... Get away from me. We are venturing on to a whole different like a whole different thing here. Where's that corner? What are we doing here? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You just shoot. Oh man, no. 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 Interact. Detect the other. Detect the other. What is that? Why do they do that? It's like, it's just so close, and yet then the vertical hits. Okay. How? How is that? And why aren't you detecting here again? Or no, you are, and why are you throwing it in? You... Oh wait, your direction's going... This going up there, and then you hit the angle, and then it would be the... Oh shit. Oh, that would be the opposite. Oh no. Oh no, that is actually... That is fundamentally correct, actually. That is actually fundamentally correct. Oh shit. Does that do the same like this too then? Oh boy. We are on to something and yet so far from something. Oh, we need to get to the other side. Other side. Other side. Okay, well that's working in one sense at least. That's working there. That's good. Okay, no, oh, we got our... Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Oh, they're not even detecting. Why aren't you even detecting? Do you know what it is that you're... How are you... Why? Why do you only... And now they're just stuck together, going through the wall. What do you got? What is... I don't want to have to move it into a step. I refuse. I wonder if there's something I can do that I jump to. I don't know if that'll work. It might just shoot me an error, to be fair. I would not be surprised. No, you're not shooting me an error yet. You just might not run. I don't know. Where are you going? They're jumping and I mean the concept is there, but where are they going? Let's find out where they're going. I know what they're doing. What are you doing? It's gonna look weird from our point of view, but we're gonna figure out what they're doing. Oh, hold up. That's gonna shoot a very weird point of view. That is interesting. How far back does it shoot them? That is. Huh? I don't. Like I'm trying to follow like here. I don't know. Maybe we just make one mob spawn or something. I have no clue what this is doing. It is we got something going on up here too. We got a conga line. There was a conga line made. There was a conga line made. Okay. Well, regardless, there was a conga line made. So, conga line was made because they were... We never even just tested this to see what this does, by the way. I just kind of... Oh yeah, let's fix the alarm too. I know I'm all over the place right now. Let's fix the alarm. Oh, I hate this. Alarm 1 never wants to show it for me. It's actually there. It's actually there. It just doesn't want to show up for some reason. Okay, let me go into here. I don't know why. I don't know why. And I don't want to make a whole new thing to possibly fix it. That just so I can do that. And then do a else. That there. Grab that. That goes in here. Okay. That's better. Okay. Let's get an idea what the minus direction thing looks like in a general regard. Kind of just have to figure things out, I think, based off of that. Because without that, we have the whole issue. Or we have a whole nother issue. What'd I do? I don't have to ask what I did. Oh, this is greater than, so there's going to be a point in between a to do less than or equal. Okay. There we go. Okay. We can pull in, I guess we could pull in the camera angle, but I mean, this just will give us a better overlook on things. Why is the enemy count so low? Huh? Yeah, what's going on with mob count? We just had a huge mob count with this point of view. There shouldn't be an issue. Um, ah. Oh, 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 oh my, oh my, oh my, what happened to this code? Oh, oh my lord. What happened to you? What happened to you? Oh my lord. You done got all sorts messed up. Come on over here real quick, like. Okay. We go ahead and we set this alarm near to 1 and go to the other one. Okay. It's okay now. Okay. We made big mistakes. We massacred the life out of that code. There we go. We massacred the life out of it now. Alright, let's see what's going on now. I mean, it looks good to me. Not end. No, we just need to figure out everything else. Okay. So we're gonna have to base the game around... Okay, so we have to base the game around the current collision system and how that works. Because the interaction there can't be overridden due to collision issues. It's interesting. Ow. Oh, yeah, I like it. Alright, we are definitely not doing that, though, because that is not... That is not what we're looking for, okay? That is not even close to what we're looking for. Stuff. So, first thing we're going to do is change that to be dir. It just says dir. Everybody gets their own dir. Everybody gets their own dir. Oh god, we got an error. What didn't you like? Wait, what? We didn't get rid of dir, did we? Oh, dir underscore 1. We don't have a dir. Now we got a dir. Forgot about that. I used to have 2 different ones, so like they'd interact with each other and send off appropriately, but then like I just realized it was wasting my life. Oh. And I just never took the underscore 1 off. So we're gonna want to get rid of them from current collision, so they don't share the same properties in any regard as the walls. And they're gonna... Okay. Okay, I'm slowly figuring this out. And yeah, this looks a lot better for the movement. This looks a lot better. A lot better. If you all were wondering, does that mob counter actually give you the right mob count? As you can see, yes it does. Yes, it actually does give you the right mob count. What that is just a timer that every minute or every 1 second, it just updates and grabs the instance count of a parent enemy. Really just easy. There's nothing fancy about that, to be fair, and it will stay in the game. I'll have it part of the information. Yeah, it's looking a lot better. We don't have that huge cluster getting sent down to Egypt now. That looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. Okay. And yes, it does look like shit. Okay, I understand it looks terrible from that point of view, but we are doing testing. Okay. We have to see how things work. Alright, so what we need now, then. First things first on the agenda. Over here. You have to not have this parent anymore. Okay. And now what we want to do, come over here, do a new unique one. Maybe we could build it into this, right? Could we build them in together? Could we? Could we build them in together? No. Be logical. Wouldn't be bad, but wouldn't be logical. We always have the traditional horse. I do have other systems I can use to do it, but I'm really trying to come up with one that's extremely efficient. So that's why we're just taking time to beat our head into a wall here. Okay, we got a guy stuck right there. That's good. Oh. It is not a weight maker. A wait moment. You did this to yourself. Okay, you did this to yourself. Understand that. Okay. Looks like some of them are getting shoved through. No, they're getting stuck in place. Ooh. They are getting stuck in place. I don't think... Oh no, that one just went through. Damn. Oh, it's so close though. Oh, it's so close. Oh, we are very close right now. They get stuck randomly, too. This isn't the worst thing. You may ask, well, why isn't that bad? Why is that not a bad thing? Well, if they're stuck to it, they're constantly doing damage to it and they're constantly scaling. Which makes the player have to go around and look for them. They can't just rely off of them undoing themselves or something like that. They have to go look for mobs. Otherwise, they're just going to deal with higher scaled mobs. They are stacking a little more than I would like, and they are affecting mob spawning because of it, though. So that is something to take into account. Maybe I think we got this. What we're gonna try and do is make a move to point off of random variables, and it'll run until it finds this one. So it'll essentially be something like what we have for the default system, but it's gonna work a little bit more enhanced, hopefully. I'm not 100%, but I'm thinking we might be able to work something out with this. If so, then it allows us to kind of work things around a little differently in other aspects too, and we can really make something crazy efficient. Essentially, right now we are creating a custom AI altogether. We don't have a speed because we need to make the same things individually. I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Oh, what is it? Baker. I'm just gonna do it. We're doing this just so we can easily copy this over, but what we're going to end up doing is we're going to put this move speed into every single one of them. And they'll have their own set variables, and this way all I gotta do is change it in here and it changes it everywhere else. You have to kind of rearrange some code right now, but you know what? Let's not do that right now. Would it make sense just to do that in the long haul? No, because it's just easy copy and paste. Just work on one mob at a time. We'll just make one mob spawn. We'll work on Young Soul and we'll stop being stupid. I mean, in a long haul, it would make more sense, I guess. So I could have a lot of default things in here and just have those inherited. If you want to change the system in the future, then you have to then change every mob if you don't do those. Do you want to do that? Are you going to have so many mob types in the game to where that's going to be a problem for you? What if you had to change something, even though you don't want to? I'd be okay taking the extra time. And I guess if anything, we just test into here, and then I could just implement the whole system, I guess, into a wide variety, a wide inheritance. I don't know. Alright. We'll call you... wall move, I guess. Okay, so how are we going to have it now know to check coordinates around its direct vicinity? You possibly use a circle radius? Can you use a circle radius to detect a place free? Circle collision. That's circle collision. That's not... I need to know... a point in circle? Could use a point in circle, maybe. Is there a way we could... where X, where could detect the point circle, maybe. What would that look like then? Are we gonna spawn? Would I essentially then just create like an invisible instance and then have that instance detect whether the place is free or not, and then if it is, it moves to that? Otherwise it does something else? And you have it spawn within the point, within a point circle, within like a circle area? A radius? What if I use circle collisions and alarms? Then make mobs detect earlier when things occur and maybe make them adjust accordingly. Say like a circle collision list. And if it equals true, hold up. Actually, hold on. It's just an X plus. Why did I do that? Would have cleared this up faster. I think. Now we want the iRandom range. We need that. But we need this. First off, we could just make this a temp variable. This is really not necessary. Be something to hold around. That is completely unnecessary. Come on, brain. We're getting close to there. We're getting close. I'm gonna go ahead and render up the version of the game that I have right here. And we're gonna go ahead and take a break. We're gonna keep working closer to this. We're getting there. I do remember I only run ads when I am taking my breaks and when I do my support streams, so your lurks during those do keep the streams ad free. Probably should have that thing recorded. My bad there. Okay, so what we did so far is we have this set up for a circle collision for X, Y at a radius of 100, checking for parent enemy collision, which is parent enemy, the object 1 stuff, and the destruction things, which I think we can also just throw in that too. I don't think I use it for anything else. I have to go double check, but so we're gonna do that. And the reason why I'm just like with it is we're gonna do this. And we're going to tell it to jump to a point. And it's going to check there. And then if true, or if circle collision is false, like there is no collision, then it'll spawn a mob. So we're going to have the spawn object jumping all over the damn place. That's why I'm like, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but to me this makes the most logical sense. For a very efficient way to do it. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, not spawning a single thing. Let's try and switch this over to true. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Be true. It sounds like that's. I don't want it to do that, but you know, I don't know. I have no clue. Maybe I'm thinking incorrectly. Who the hell really knows? It's not spawning either way. Okay. Why? If no collisions are found, no one is returned. No one is returned. No one is returned. Not false, but no one is returned. Okay. What was the max value of this again? Come on, old Twitchy. You can do this. Oh, I have horrible hands. It's okay though. That is fixed. That is fixed. Oh, that is so fixed, baby. That is so fixed. Okay. One thing we can maybe do. Let's go further. Let's go further. Let's go further. No jump to point. Okay. Let's take out the jump to point. We're starting to understand this. So we take these out like that. Okay. Boom. And now instead. Oh no. Why'd you do that to me? Let's just make it check there. Okay. I just want to make sure I got everything. Okay, okay. Range. Was this the... Range 0. Damage 0. Okay. Oh, that spasm was absolutely wonderful. Okay. Oh, it feels good. I did it. We don't have to have it jump 2 or anything. I was just doing it incorrectly. I was stupid. Oh, that's beautiful. I like when I'm just stupid. I like when I'm just stupid. 2,700 mobs? 2,700 mobs. That's the minimum spawning, by the way. That's the minimum spawning, by the way. That's the minimum spawning, by the way. That's not max spawning. That is minimum spawning. That is minimum spawning. Go. Go. Let's see it. Do it. Do it. We were at 57 for our highest before. Let's see what we hit now. With the spawn adjustments. Because overlapping is going to cause problems within itself. I want to minimize that as much as possible. Six thousand. We hit 6,000 mobs. We hit 6,000. 6,000. 61. 6,100. At a 1080p render. Oh, this is beautiful. 6,200. Come on. Keep it going. Keep it going. $62.75. $62.75. $62.75. Absolutely phenomenal. Look at this. Objects despawning, respawning. Look at this. This is fucking beautiful. It's so smooth. It's so smooth. Look at this. There's no issues with performance. Let's come out of the circle. Nothing. It was the mobs spawning on top of each other causing the code problem, so there. We fixed it all. This shit is smooth with 6,200 mobs on screen. I am fucking happy. That's how it's done. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff. Holy shit. At a 1080p render. That's the impressive part. Meaning my object size come in good clarity at 1080p is what I mean by that. Because we could do something like this here. This is some fun that we could do. Hold on here. It was 1080p, and then we divided that by 2. Okay, so 480. 320. Is it 320? Yes, it was 320. By 640. Okay. Little itty bitty camera. Now, what we're gonna do is the engine works amazing like this, so we can just simply do this. We are going to
Let's see here. A few things we can do here. Come down here, come up over here. Here. Create. Scale. Now, how many times did we say 1080p divided by 320, and that gives us a 3.3 decrease. So we do 1 divided by 3.375. Set scale there. Set scale there. Actually, I can just probably... Here, well, I think I gotta place code in every single one. So we don't have an inherit array, do we? We do. We do. I'll take it. It's not done. Okay, so there's that. And then enemy, you only need you. And then we'll just do those. We won't do other objects. We can just do those. Let's see if I did this correctly. Almost. They definitely did not adopt those. All we need to do in abilities too. Current abilities. Right here. We need to do that too. That's going to be important. This is just a little fun. This is just a little fun. I want to see mod density. Because this is something I can actually create in the game for the player to have access to. There. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Hold on. Oh, key down. Yeah, key down. Key pressed, actually. Let me just copy these over here. Is it key down? Okay, I'm key down. Oh, what did I key pressed? No, it does make sense, key down. That does make sense, actually. Okay, so now we'll just come over here. We'll see if they just automatically inherit or if we have to force make them inherit. I guess it would just be good practice to make them inherit it. We don't need him to have it, so we won't worry, but we'll worry about it. Let's see at a minimum now what happens. We had 2,700 before at for a minimum count. Let's see what we get now. Is that really going to be a lower cap? Why would this be a lower cap? I guess it did hold resolution, to be fair. It actually looks good. I'm actually surprised at how good this looks. Actually really surprised at how good this looks. Did a really good... This engine does a really good job of reducing scale. That's impressive. Well, that's noted. It's actually... And yeah, as I would figure, it'd be less efficient at that point, but... Because I thought it would just pixel. It would cause pixelation. But this preserved integrity. Or preserved quality. Wow. Well, I got to learn something about this engine, so I can't do that. I would have to make entirely new sprites that were the correct size then. Okay. Okay. That is wild. That's cool. Wait, this is the minus one, right? No. Oh, okay. I thought I was on... Okay. I didn't look. That's all that is. That is so cool, though. That actually is really cool. Good to know. Good to know. I've only messed with it in the sense of just reducing the size of things and keeping the camera distance the same. I never actually zoomed in to see what it does. I find that really impressive. And for the only like 500 mobs out of 2,700, which would be like under 20% of an efficiency drop in order to preserve the integrity at a smaller scale. Like, to me, that's not bad at all. I'm just double checking that we're back to normal. I feel like that'd be, I felt like that would be why. Part of me likes it. Part of me likes it. I mean, maybe I could make them smaller as a clear indicator to the player that they are different. At the same time, I love the art. That would be at most. I could probably make a feature of like smaller party or something like that. But that would reduce performance. There we go. Now the game looks normal. Alright, let's double check mob count here. And all that. And then we'll get working back into things. I figure out what to get into next. Oh yeah. That reminds me. I want to try to get the mob switching to actually take place when this is happening. I want to make them try and actually swap places with each other. That's the next goal. I think I know how I can do that. There we go, 2707. That is very consistent. Beautiful. Oh, that is a beautiful minimal mob count. So we got 50 something hundred or 6,200 for a new mob count or something like that. It's just... Oh, this is why I wanted to take my time with making this and not just give you guys slop on the release. Because I always felt like I could have been doing more. And we're doing more every single time now. So we're learning the engine better, learning how the language wants to be portrayed with, you know, and all that. So it's working amazing. Very, very happy so far. Now, what I want to do, let's do this. See what that does. I don't know if that'll eventually just have a bunch of mobs stacked on top of each other or what's gonna happen, but we'll see. I could go horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. Well, we just made a vacuum. We just made a vacuum. Oh, God. We made a vacuum. Anyways.
I'm gonna get rid of all this for right now. That down there is easy to remake, so it's not an issue. To be fair, this code runs over and over again as the interaction happens, so it's always constantly searching, so making it loop isn't going to fix that. How are you going to make... How do they call this referencing again? Where's instance? View in here. No. I'm just blind. Oh, this is definitely not alphabetical order. Okay. Oh no, okay, I don't see it here. It's gonna be in a subfolder. Data structures. General variable functions. Asset management. Instances. Instance variables. Could I just do .x and you'll tell the individual instance? Okay, what if I did this then? This could be kind of... Okay, hold on here. Game maker magic. What was it? Let me just take this. Thank you. Okay, give me this. Take that. Give me this. Thank you. Let's see what happens. They seem to be just going in one direction though, which I don't like. So we have definitely stopped the grid. And we have created a much more dynamic system that's constantly fluid. So we are on the right steps right now. We are on the right steps. It actually is working a bit. So is there like an instance random or something that we can do? There's gonna be something we can do with this. Very efficient way to do it. I would say furthest, but like depending on where you're at in the room, it'll either work exactly as it's working right now or it'll work differently. Which I guess may not be a bad thing. Depending on where you're located in the room, it'll work different. We can use the nearest and all that. Have it swap between the two essentially. Doesn't seem logical to me though. This may seem weird. This may seem weird to do, but I'm gonna try it.
Let's see what happens here. It goes the same direction. I thought so. But then if we change our location to more midway, like say here, it'll probably change the interaction. No? Still gonna be consistent, huh? Well, on the top, actually. Oh. We have to wait for the grid for... Yeah, consistently, they're going in one direction, one way. Oh, we only got 2,400 mobs as well. Really? So doing this was more efficient? That gave me a higher mob count? I mean, I guess it makes sense. We're adding code to it, but... Just want to see, is it really that bad? Let's move to that same location. It was right around this area. It was close enough. It literally is. Interesting. Wow. Yeah. Literally. One line of code. Well, let's go here. Let's try something then. Let's do random 100, random 100. Maybe. Kind of nervous of them going through walls, but collisions should still occur. Let's see what it does. See if it's... Pretty much the goal is don't let it get to a point to where it's like that. And if we can keep them moving enough, then they won't actually stack. I know that's pretty far out there, but I just want to see, because we were starting to get to a point there, but then came an issue. And essentially we use the random number generator as a way for it to check steps. And then it tries to guide itself there. Little bit of collision. They do break themselves. Okay, far more inefficient. We'll toy around with the number until it gets inefficient. Or until we hit back to our 2700. And then that's where we'll know that that's capped out and we can't do anything with that. Maybe we gotta figure out something else within an alarm in order to hold efficiency. About to hit 25. It's 25. That is an even 25. Holy shit, was that an even 25? Wow. So like 200 mobs off. So if we cut it in half, what does it do? We did a 5 times decrease and we got a 200 mob increase roughly. About 300-ish, 2 to 300. So figure we cut that number in half from 100 to 50 and that should equal to the same efficiency. We can get just a little bit more pathfinding. Or area radius checking, at least. Ultimately, still have the same outcome here, but it'll take more for it to occur. No? This one's actually worse. This one's actually worse. Oh. Oh. Oh, never mind. Never mind. So essentially you have to wait for the blockade to occur and then... So it's more inefficient until the blockade occurs. No, we're at 26 for a max. So the more the blockade occurs, the more efficient it'll be. Is that what I'm getting from this? Is that what I'm... I think that's what I'm getting from this. 2606. I think that's what I'm getting from this. That the bigger the number is, the longer it's going to take to hit peak efficiency. So then if we did an... What was my spawn coordinates? What if we did this? What would have happened then? What if I did 0 damage? Let me do 0 damage. Not the thing that holds the damage, dumbass. This is... Here's damage. 0. Right. And our thing had no damage on it as well. This way our health and everything goes the furthest it can. More retesting to this.
There you go. No, we're not doing any damage. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to remember this bug. That's free soul levels. Okay. I gotta do it if greater than 1. Or something. I don't know if the gridlock's even going to be able to happen. The spawn points are 6,200 or 6,200, and the map size is 19,000. So the likelihood of you getting a downwards one is good, very, very high. they're just running away. You're running away. Alright, that's not the play. Okay, so there is at a point to where we don't want to go that far. That's good. That's good. I think 100 is a good spot. $26.64. Give it some more time. We should be able to hit that 27. One more time. More. No. Just slowly boxing man. We're slowly getting there. That looks like the cap there. 26.64. So 20 is actually a golden number. Very interesting. I feel like that's way too early on the locking. That was way too early. There's got to be a little more play than that. We may have to just lose a little bit of mobs. I mean, we may do 100, but like that was a little ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest. That was unnecessary. And it's because it's directly on top of the player, and then there's nothing free every time they're checking. It's this slight little tuning of everything. It's already happening again. It's a little less now. I guess it's not too bad if they are interacting with the player. 27. And we got our 27 back. Okay. That's where we'll hold it. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're gonna continue on with this. I don't exactly know what we're gonna work on when we come back, but we'll figure it out. I do remember I only run ads when I do take breaks and during support streams, and you're lurking during those times do keep my streams ad-free. Okay, there we go. I keep forgetting to record. Really bad with that. But so what we're gonna do to make this, try and make this more consistent on our number, is we're gonna use our X, we're gonna use a base number, and we're gonna have that number be compared to everything. We also could use a max value as well for it, but given where we have it spawning right now, I figure that's just gonna work well. I think what we actually will do, instead of just setting it for a direct value like that, a read value, we're going to give it a direct value, and we're going to make sure it's an exact coordinate so that it's going to be more consistent. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's like, you just gotta get a little sleep, and you'll be good the next day. Be good the next day. 817. That's where we're starting. That's our base. Our base is 817. Now our question is what is our max? What would our max be? We have, it's a 992 plus 175, 1167. That would be our max. Let's make a max just in case. A max as well. And we do. Okay. Right. So we're still going to use this system here, but what we're going to do, instead of the before, I want to do base. Do base, or we could do max. Max would always be a good subtraction, and we could start it from the beginning on it. Otherwise, we would always want it before, because the number is always going to be smaller. Let's try it with base first, because that's where my brain was at. We'll do that. on that. Let's see if that makes things more consistent. We may want to do max. It may make the calculations better, but I'm just going to see something. I like when you don't show. I like it a lot when you don't show. Voting game. Okay, so we got that like that. Let's go ahead and we're gonna put that other hovering back in again. It was causing problems before, but maybe if we put it back in now that we did this, it'll work better. I don't know. We're gonna see. Go. $817. $14,102. Okay, that's definitely not even. Why? 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 Why isn't that wanting to be consistent? Let's try it with max. Maybe there is something with that. Maybe it's with all three of them. Does not seem logical. Does not seem logical in my head. Maybe there's something wrong with this part here. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with that part. Maybe the parentheses is making it count weird even though it shouldn't. Maybe I should make it a pre-value and then have that value be the value. Actually could be an idea. Let's try this first. And then we're gonna separate this from this value here, and we're gonna make it a different value up here, and then we're gonna make that value read to that. Then we'll see if that makes things consistent. 817. 15,680. That's nowhere near correct. Okay. Okay. Maybe we set it to an actual, just straight value instead of adding and subtracting. Oh, let's try that next. Anyways, 817. 14,644. Now we're at 'Let me try this. At this rate, what is it honestly gonna hurt? Maybe just straight setting values. We'll keep messing around until we get it right. Three. $345. 345. Oh my god. We did it. I think. No? Oh, god damn it. That was so close to consistent. That is very close. Yeah, but the problem is it can literally be off by just 1 to 2 numbers on the scroll bar. That's the annoying part about it. We got it. I think we got it. I think we actually got it now. 335. 15. I think we got it now. Okay, alright. So what was happening was that second line of code was double running things and causing inconsistencies. And now we're in a better spot. We're getting there. Now we're getting consistent numbers. Now we're getting consistent numbers. Because that's the main thing I wanted, was the consistent numbers in the way of how it detects the scrolling. Because the way I'm using the scroll detection right now on the numbers is actually based off the XY. And because that was double running sometimes, I guess because sometimes it would be like in contact but not in contact, just really quick, it would probably double run it. And that's where I'm guessing the randomness that would come about, or we wouldn't get the same number twice. So it's at least figured out in that regard. I want to switch these. I think that's going to make it go in the correct order for me. No, you still want to do that? Interesting. At least we're getting a consistent number every time. 335. We got 15. Okay. Alright. Now I'm trying to figure out if I want to try to work this number into a number that can associate with my spawn value number, with spawn density number. Or do I work... I guess it really doesn't matter. I can just do either or and just make like this. I look at the values here. I got 15 and 320, and I can kind of just figure things out with that. And then that can just get transferred into some type of fucking number there that just gets spit out differently. I would like it though to be spit out as a solitary percentage. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. What if I did something like this? This may seem weird. This may work. Give it a moment here. This may not make any sense, but if this just detects correctly to the pixels, then everything works fine. Alright. No, you're not wanting to. Oh, we're not adding one. We're not adding one. We're not adding one. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me add. Then this would be minus. Actually, we could just make this minus. That. Maybe assign a decimal or something. I'd have to create it to be a decimal, and then I can convert it over. But yeah, I mean, that is an idea. 100%. 67. Oh, we're hitting 3. 67. 3. Oh, no, okay. Well, that's not bad. We're hitting the same values here. Okay, so we are definitely seeing consistency in things. What if I just did like 1 and then like -1? Is that literally going to work exactly the same for me though? Even though we tried this yesterday and it was having a little bit of issues being consistent, but this gives me the ability, like if it does work at least, then I know like the other parts of my code were wrong yesterday that I've corrected already. But this just allows me to know the freedom that I'm going to have for consistency and value setting and the values I can have and the math I'll be able to use to do whatever I need to do. $67, and it's gonna go back down to 3, 4, 3, yeah. 67 and 3. We're still getting the 67 and 3 every time. Okay, so that's good. I know it's a little janky on the detection right now, but we are gonna be fixing that. We're gonna be working on it. Oh, I think I know how we can actually fix that. Hold on here. Give me a moment. What we're gonna do is we can do a clicked. We can run through here and to have it detect click, so you just click on it once and then you can freely move it back and forth no matter where you go. So the player doesn't have to worry about that. I personally don't like settings where I have to hold and drag over. I don't like that ever anyways. So if I could just like click it and then drag it over where I want and click again and it confirms it there, for me I always find that easier than having to click and hold. I can also allow the player to do either or as well. So I can just set up both of those. Okay. Let's work on that later. I'm gonna work on this first. Alright, so what are we gonna do here? Why can't we get that to a 0? If we start at 0, why doesn't that want to go back to 0? Could be because we're not hovering over this thing anymore. So the hitbox would have to be slightly bigger so it would go to the actual end. Do we even need to be that precise? then the other question is on the slider, what is the equation we're going to use for that to be correctly? We started at a 1 point, or the max density is 1.2. The minimum density we want is a 3 times. 3 times meaning 3 times the FPS value set, so it won't go under whatever your FPS is times 3. And that's your CPU steps, not your actual FPS, but it's more or less, it's just to allow the player to have the performance they desire. That's what I'm thinking of too. I'm thinking if we just extend out, like, as a very simple ghetto fix, if you will, would be something like this more than likely. We just come over here, we grab collision mask, we mode manual, and then we just come out here like this. We know it's going to be like, what, 3 pixels essentially, so we can say left -3, like that, and then that will probably hit us to 0. Now we got 2. So 3 gave us 1 value. So 9. As you can see though, it's a very simple, easy ghetto fix. If I want to secure the fact that we'll get 0 every time, here it is. But I'm going to be using a different number value there in general, but it will be nice to know that I can actually hit a solitary 0. I got 1. You're maybe going -12. Why aren't you wanting to see the 0? Why don't you want to see 0? Can we talk? God, I should really don't want to see the... Oh, there's a 0. There we go. Okay. It would have to be, we know it's 3 pixels per 1, so you divide 3 and you add 1 extra pixel, I guess you'll add. And then like that would secure you maybe a little bit better, and then you could set the slider to work a little bit better in the way of interactions, and then there you go. If you wanted to like 0 to whatever there and guarantee you're going to be hitting 0, this will pretty much give you a very ghetto line of security about it. Otherwise, what you can do is you would come into here and you would set that if x equals base or max, then it sets that number to that or something like that. But you're still going to be left with a bit of inconsistencies. But yeah, those would be the only ways, really. At least like in a very quick, easy fashion to fix things. I'm gonna take a sip of water here real quick though. You said slider. Maybe when... Oh, I said slider as 3. I could probably set slider as 3. Probably. But I don't think that's the issue, though. I think it's more of a detection with the mouse on the object itself. But let me try that. Set slider. What would slider to 3 be? Oh yeah, start this out at 3 maybe. That's what would make sense to me and what you're referring to. Now we're getting a 70, and we're getting a 6. No. You mean different? Oh, you mean set a differential of -3 to it? Oh, so just essentially come into here and then make sure there's a differential of -3 added into each of these. That's what you're getting at here. Essentially that. Is that what you're getting at? I don't know how to explain what just happened here, man. I don't know. Am I? I don't know. Like, set position to whatever mob count as 3. Yeah, you'd be looking for a differential of 3 then. So let's go ahead and maybe we can relative this. And then we take spawn value and we'll throw it into here, and that'll maybe work. Oh, actually, we could just do 1 -3 here. Like that. And then this one would be -1 -3. Is that what my brain is saying correctly? Because if we want to do a differential of 3 and we need to make sure the 3 is the backwards end of things, I guess we could leave the addition the same, but the subtraction has to be made sure we have a differential of 3 in it. And I guess that will probably end up making it hit 0. Right. I felt like that was going to do something wrong there. So -1 -3, and then we do +1 plus, we do a +3 here then, and then the differentials will make up for themselves and then hopefully equal out and then give the exact number required. No, we're getting, I mean, we're getting the same numbers, but it's further off. Am I thinking of that correctly when it comes to differentials? I think I'm thinking of my math correctly on that. We'll try spawn values in it. But it's just going to do pretty much the same thing there, just bigger numbers. Well, not even bigger numbers. Pretty much will be exactly the same here. We're going to have that craziness of the equations before there, or the numbers. The negative and all that. Okay. I'm gonna ignore all that. I'm just gonna ignore all that. Okay, so what we're gonna do here to look at a percentage, and we're going to have to make this a percentage. Okay, so we can do POS current divided by the max number, I'm going to guess. And then with that max number, something like this. Take that number and that number, right? And we create that. And then we can turn that. Let me just see if this gives me the correct decimal values that I am looking for. Are you talking the actual equation that it detects to tell you, to the game to tell it how many mobs to spawn? Is that what you're asking for? Okay, there we go. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, we have our percentage here. Somewhat have our percentage. Okay. I don't like that it doesn't go to 1, but we have some type of baseline percentage here. Anyways, no, like the idea. The idea is that it'll continue running your CPU steps down until it's within a multiplier of your FPS. So essentially, if mob count was 3, it wouldn't be a negative, it would be like a 3. If mob count is 3, it's your FPS times 3. And then that becomes 180, and then it won't go under 180 steps. If you have it set to max, which is 1.2, it'll multiply it times 1.2, and it won't go under that, which is like, what, 75 or some shit like that? 80? I'll take a sip of water. And pretty much what that does is it allows for interactions to take place and the little extra steps for the interactions. When you're at the max settings for things, at least. Okay, I actually have an idea here. It just clicked on me. If I can just do a +1 -1, right? It doesn't even matter the values. I can do fucking 10,000 if I want. As long as I can do that and I can make those consistent, then I can make a max range, and then I can have a current range, and then have those divide, and that'll always make sure that it's always at 0 when it starts, and it always has a max value, so then the percentages will always equal up together with each other. There we go. Done. Okay. We have our certain amount of steps, then we can make the percentage meet up to everything else in the thing, and essentially say, like, if for, like, essentially for every, we can set up a loop even if I wanted to, for every point or some shit like that, it'll immediately then, like, loop it one more time and add a certain amount set variable, and that variable will be based on a percentage there, and then that will read over into the mob cap count and then loop that around enough times to meet that to the number that's required for it, whether it be going up or down. Simple. Because we're going to be turning it into a percentage, so then it's going to know how many times to loop it regardless of that, because it will have a whole number on that, so we can tell it to just loop that number. On. Okay. So we know it was 67 was our highest value, and we have our min value of 3. One would be the most ideal there. So our POS max becomes 67. Like that. And then this sets at 0. Oh, wait. We need that. I need that. They're placeholder numbers. We're going to be slowly turning them over into a percentage. 67 will be 100%, and then we'll be setting... I'm just going to extend out the brackets a little bit there, like I did that little ghetto fix there to give us a 0. And then we'll be able to obtain a 0 percentage with that, or we'll go to a 1 in order to obtain 1%, essentially. And that'll give us our 1 to 100 value. And then we can just take my values that I want for everything, and then I can just divide them by 100. Like, essentially, I have my highest value for my number multiplier and my lowest number for my multiplier for the mob spawning. And then I can figure out how many placements I want in between those, or to have 100 placements in between those. And then I have that number read off of a loop, is what we're doing. So that it knows how many to set it to. So we're just using this number to come out with a whole number, and then, or with a percentage number to turn into a whole number, or a decimal number, and then we turn that into a whole number, and then that whole number becomes our loop number. Yeah. That's where we're at right now, and we're going to test that to see if that works. Okay, so we have max in there. So we want a number. We're going to need to make a number to go up before this number here. Because we can use POS current, but we can't. No, we can't. We have to use that for that detection there. So we'll need to create one more value here in order to have that number going upwards or downwards, so that the division works appropriately and it has a number to divide to. And we shouldn't have to relative it, or we don't have to relative it. We'll set it to, and then that'll give that. Okay, so we take out current. POS count. We're gonna rename this one because we're not using it. And we're gonna start that at 0. Right. This is less than. That's plus, and we're gonna need POS count. POS count. Okay, so it goes +1 minus. This is a +1, this does a -1, and then we have a division occur between the count number and the max number, and then that spits out to spawn value itself. Okay, well, we can potentially hit that. We just need to. But we're good. There's 100. We set that back to go a little bit further, and we'll be able to hit 0. Or 1. So there's that on that end. And then we can take the... What is that? Times 100, I think is what it was. I guess we could just turn a decimal into a whole value, but is that going to do that once we hit 1 as well, or do we have to multiply? That's the question. String to number, decimal, here we go. We'll round it. We'll just let it take the rounding as it wants. That. I can always, yeah, I guess you're correct. If I reset it to exactly 100 pixels, it'll probably work a little bit better, but to be fair though, it's a 150 pixel thing right now, and I don't even get 100 out of it. Just, I want to throw that out there today, man. This is actually it's 350 pixels wide, and I get 67 count out of it. So, take a moment with that one, man. Because otherwise I would have just taken the dimensions of the object itself, and then that would have been, like, I would have taken the width of the object itself, and then I would have used that width as the actual division. I wouldn't have done the whole, like, figuring out exactly how many with the count and all of that. Because that would have been much easier. Because theoretically it should move across that many steps, but the reason why it doesn't is because of the speed of it. I'd have to have it move across that 1 pixel at a time per step. And this moves across at 4 pixels per step or something like that. So that's why there's a bit of a difference there. If I did jump 2, that may work a bit different. That thing is not wanting to work right now. Okay, hold on here. Isn't it a decimal to integer? Well, fine. If it just times 100, then it should just be fine then. Should be the exact same thing. This is what I want. Just want to be a pain to me. No, he's being such a pain to me. There, you're happy now, aren't you? There, see? Now you know that you're a fucking whole number. Okay. And now what we want to do is we're going to want that round again. And we're going to take this here, round that. That's what we going to do. It would be 550. Yeah, but that's gonna be a mat. Like, I don't know if I want to make a slider bar that big. I mean, I could. Yeah. Yeah, no, man, I told you, I got it. It's fine. Why does that not want to round up correctly? Do I have to put that before? I'm confused. Why would I have to put that before? Oh, shit. I'm about as dumb as they come. Wrong value. Wrong value. It's not gonna change, bro, if you don't tell it to change the exact value. There. This way we get solitary percentages and we don't have weird percentages. We have whole numbers now. There you go. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna get myself ready for a break here. We're making some decent progress on this. Next thing when we come back, we're going to work on making this interaction better with the mouse and the slider and all that, and making it more coherent, if you will. I guess would probably be the best word for it, I don't know. Or more responsive. There's the word I'm looking for, responsive. We're going to make it more responsive for the player and all that. But that's it. We're going to go ahead and take a break here. I only run ads during my breaks and all of that, so definitely be sure to stick around for all that and help support development of the game. And I'll see you all when I come back from the break. Alright everybody, I am back. I do want to thank y'all that did stay around for the break. And how you doing, Xander, if you are here still? Alright. We're going to keep trying a bunch of different variables until we can get the one that actually detects correctly. No. Let's just do X. Let's just do X. The dreaded X. But we're actually gonna go through it.
Oh boy. I see why now. There's a lot of stuff that just has nothing to do with us. This is so bizarre. Oh. Oh. I did forget on break for like a few minutes anyways, so I guess that evens it out more or less. I guess that evens it out. So mouse X didn't work. Correct. Let's just start from the top here. Anything that should theoretically work. That's what we're looking for right now. Okay, no, still. Alright. Wait. Does it follow it if I move it over to the other side? Maybe that was working to an extent. No. Oh. Huh. Out of pure curiosity. Is that doing what I think it's doing? Interesting. Extremely interesting. Makes me wonder. I can't type in a room. Oh, this would be X. We'll see if that works. What did I just do? I guess that's that didn't work, huh? Okay, maybe we move it up here. Maybe move it up here. Oh. Oh, that's very unhappy. Oh, that's very unhappy. Is very unhappy. I am just curious at this point. Could it have something to do with my positioning on there? Does this maybe line things up? Like, can I fix it with just a simple camera position? You know what I mean? No, I cannot. How? Let's try that next. Nope. And the same thing. Killing me, boo boo. Oh. Same thing. Oh. Why? Display mouse. We're gonna have to do something stupid like that. What is it that you want here then? What are you getting? What do you mean wrong number? Like, is that an empty variable one? Okay. I've never used it, so we're kind of learning. After I find out one that works, I will be researching on the manual as to why it's working. No. Exact same thing. But why? I think I got an idea. I think I just I may have just brained here. Hold on. In a moment. I'm just gonna slap it in both spots. I think that's what I did here. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, no. It was just up there. Okay. So we're gonna do that there. Right. So it's viewport 1. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here to you. Oh, it was in here. That's right. I swapped it for an arbitrary reason because I was trying to figure out something else and it became unnecessary to do this, but then it really didn't matter switching it back or not. What I want to do is viewport. Would it be? View camera. Pause camera. Play camera. Maybe. If it's wanting to go to the actual XY, like, might as well just try and switch the camera ports over to make it view the whole room, and then it's the XYs that we need, and everything will work. Did not do it. At least not to my knowledge. No. And we gotta find out the right command for this. View camera, no. View get visible? No. Maybe if we just hold on here. Hold on. There. How do you easily back over to that? I gotta figure out how to get back over to this quickly. I guess I could just click over here on game. There. I just kind of wish there was an easier way to do it. Okay, let's try that. Maybe if it's actually visible. I think that could be my problem there. I don't know why I didn't just troubleshoot that in the beginning as the first step. Okay. I have no clue what this means. Okay, so we are working. It's definitely working to an extent. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's take this a little different. A mini map. Okay, so we need to make viewport visible or camera visible. So that's what we need, is we need this. We need to have a visible. Is there something with visible? Maybe activate. Lord. How isn't there just like a... Window get visible? No. View get visible? Kind of weird. No, it really isn't. Can you come out? Thank you. Sorry, everybody. No, that's not where I wanted to be. I wanted the actual manual. Manual language code. Reference. Cameras and display. Cameras and viewport. Camera apply. This function will apply the camera settings to the current camera being viewed and rendered immediately. Well, you can set the camera settings to the specific camera set. The new settings will not be used for rendering until the next game frame, but with this function you can make those changes immediately. If you are using multiple views, then the function should be used in the draw event. And you can use the variable view current to select and apply the given camera only to camera view currently being rendered. Note that this does not change the camera ID value, only the settings for the camera. And that if you use this function on the default camera, i.e. internal camera GameMaker uses when no cameras changes, it will be overwritten the very next game frame. Okay. No, that's not what I want. I just want to like... What's this view camera? View enable? View visible. What's this? View visible with the bracket. Okay, hold on. Oh, this is play camera. Okay. That totally did not work. Maybe a function. Maybe it'll want to work as a function. Sometimes it do be like that. I wouldn't think it would, but I mean maybe. You're 0 and you're 1. 1. Not in there. Unable to use built-in variable as a function call. Built-in variable. I thought it. Okay. I thought it was a built-in variable. Okay, I thought so. It's just always worth kind of like a, you know, a testy poo. Pause cam. No, that is actually 0. Pause cam, and then we'll do play cam. Actually, maybe pause cam does get switched. Actually, maybe we swap the value, and then this way there's no conflict. One goes to the other. Yada yada. No. Oh, come on. Why you no wanna... Okay. Camera. View. I don't have the patience. There's gonna be some stupid way to do it that I'm just... Expand the viewports, yes, and check enable viewports and clear viewport back, and then in clear viewport background options. Okay. Update, use camera set view. Camera set view? Camera set view. Position? Ah. See, I'm getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. We are actually getting somewhere here. And then these are gonna be pause underscore, aren't they? Gazer, what was those values that I was holding? Give me those values. Global XX, global YY. Those are the values. Those are, I believe. I believe this is what I want. Let's see. Let's just open up a second one so that I can freely camera XY. That's what we needed. This one would be one. Zero. Let's try that. No. Son of... Why are you being such a pain to me? Why don't you want to switch camera? You're gonna seriously, like, is there maybe, hold on here, camera? What does this do? Set view variables, visibility, view, 1, value, true. Value 0. Pause. The other way around. 0, 1. Here. One, 0. Hold up, wait a minute, we might have figured it out. Nope, we did not. This is just confusing. Things are starting to click here. These are starting to click a bit. These are starting to click a little bit here. Let's just test this way first. We're gonna see 2 in the beginning, but if we did this correctly, it should one of them should disappear and pause. I'm not sure though. No, didn't work. Okay, we're doing something here. Hold on. This is doing something. Why? Okay, so this is equals true. Okay, so that's why that didn't adjust over there. Then why didn't that adjust over in that? Okay, but anyways, so we know, let's go change over here. Okay. I don't understand, why does the value, why is 1... Is it viewport? Is that what's being read? Is that why? No, it wouldn't be correct. I don't know. Let me show you. Things are being read differently here. Oh my god. Why are you still doing this? Sorry. That is definitely changing. That is 100% changing. Give me 1 moment here. I'm gonna do the restroom real quick. Okay. I didn't pause the timer. Oh well. Oh, let's update camera's position. So we did get that working. Let's see. Maybe we use a different command on this. The slider. Oh. The engine is not happy right now. Let's do this instead. Let's see what happens. Did that cause an issue in Germany? Oh no. Let's see. Move towards point. Mouse X. Do we know it's all really the same? Let me see. No. That's really confusing. I'm even changing viewports, and now I'm viewing the entire room. Like, are they both gonna... Like, if I did mouse Y, is it gonna do that? I wouldn't like to do that at all. That would not... That's not how we're gonna do this. But let's see what it does. I have no clue. Huh? It didn't... Well, that lets me know something's really gone wrong with this. Let me just take that out here. Let's see what happens here. Shouldn't move at all now. Why wouldn't that move on the y-axis too? Who's doing this? Who has... Okay, so are you telling me you have code? I'm confused. Well then what the hell is this? Why do you have this code? I thought I deleted this from you. Oh my god, I've been editing the wrong thing the whole fucking time. It doesn't even fucking exist and you're letting me... What am I fucking editing? Then... No, literally, what the what in the actual hell was I just editing? Because it doesn't exist anymore. I deleted it. Oh my god. Oh, yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hit the wrong button. My brain just kind of fried. Just kind of fried. I'm just trying to push through it. There we go. There. Holy flying fuck. I'm gonna take a quick break here. Oh. It fucking works finally. It follows me. Oh god. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. I went 3 hours of coding today. I went 3 hours. So we got like 20 minutes left, so I'll come back and do 20 minutes. Okay. So where we left off yesterday, we were, if I recall correctly, we had gotten this, or not yesterday, the day before. We were able to get this thing to at least follow my mouse exactly, and thank you, Nip, so much for that, man. It's much appreciated, homie. So where I think we left off was, yeah, okay. Okay. I think right now we're gonna work on its speed. I wonder if there's a jump too. Should I do a jump too? Hold on. I wonder. Let's repost that. And then I can... I feel like that might actually... That might look cool. I got the emotes. I've always loved those emotes. They're very Admiral Baru inspired. Ah, there we go. There it is. That's it right there. Kinda. That alpha gets a little weird. That alpha gets a little weird on that. Oh, I don't like the artifacting. Ooh, I don't like the artifacting. I don't like that artifacting. Ah, it's so close. It does stay on X coordinates. It does. I have it start on Y start, so it only will move along that exact same Y axis. And then I have this slider position X, and this detects the X position of my mouse on the UI itself. And then I have that in the X value there. So it only stays along that line there. Yeah, I don't like the artifacting. It's a good concept, but it just doesn't... The artifacting causes problems. So, we can go with this. And what we can do is just, like, scale this up to, like, a speed of, let's say, 60. That's 60 pixels a frame, so that should be faster than any mouse can move, unless someone's really being insane with their DPI. Which I already run at 5200. So, oh my lord. Oh, that is terrible. Let's try 20. Oh. Hold on here. Wait. What can I do here to possibly make that stop. Hold on. Hold on. I think, actually, hold on here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Watch this. I want to see something here. Actually, let's reset that back to 60 and see. I think. Maybe I should stay on the X coordinates. Well, yeah, that's what I meant on the jump to. It follows the X coordinates. It's the only thing that it actually follows. And it stays on the exact Y coordinates there. But I need it to be able to stay, like, float on the X coordinate because this is the scalar for the mob density. Because it's going to be, you as the player are going to be able to control that. So if you want to have less mobs, you know, you can do that on your endless missions. And this is essentially so that if somebody wants to have like other games running or anything, you know, and they feel like they have a performance hit, but they still want to farm and everything, they can reduce their mob density until their other game actually works appropriately. That's what all this whole system here is going to be tied into. But yeah, to give you an idea what that jump to, here, I'll show you what it looks like on actual written code for you. I can do that for you, man. Hold on. Because this actually has a live preview. Come on. There we go. And right click, and then live preview. And then that's what it looks like. It took me, I want to say 3 months before I was comfortable with visual coding and being able to convert written code over to visual code. Because all of it works exactly the same. It's just, visual code is, if you know how to use it appropriately, it can just save you a lot of typing. That's all it really does. But yeah, that's what the visual, the actual written code itself would look like. Now, I do wonder if let me cut this out and try that. Easier to understand also. I heavily agree with that too. It's extremely easier to understand. I actually really love node-based coding. This is, like, it's been really nice. Okay, we're still getting the artifacting. Okay, I just wanted to try that real quick. Okay. I feel it's easier to understand. It depends on the... Actually, I would say, yeah, it depends on how it's set up. Like... Unity and Unreal, because they're really heavily inspired off of each other, I guess you could say. I don't know who inspired off of who, but okay, no, it's still gonna do that. I thought maybe putting in that exit there was gonna do what we needed. But yeah. It maybe do the slider in steps. It isn't a step. Yeah, let me show you. The events here are actually where the type of thing you have. So you have your steps. Hold on here. Hold on. You actually might have something here. Maybe I could do a begin step in there. What if I did this in a begin step? What if I did that in a begin step, actually? Hold on. That might work.
Let's do that first. Do this. Do that. This will be in a begin step. Maybe this will only run one time. Let me cut that just so that I can keep that. I don't know 100% if this will work. Because you have begin step will only run like... It doesn't run as frequently. So... No, we're still getting artifacting. Still getting artifacting. To be fair, I'm getting mouse artifacting too. Yeah, no, that's a monitor. It's a monitor thing. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, that's buffering my monitor. I just have to disregard that I have a 60 hertz monitor. That is buffer rate of my monitor. Jesus. Why didn't I just test the mouse to begin with? You see the mouse artifacting too? It's buffer rate of my monitor. I'm gonna take a sip of some water real quick. Because we can do this here too. See? One sec. Oh, man. Okay. Now that I know what that is, at least. There's one other thing we can do with this, then. We could make this a stretch bar slider, then, instead. Watch. We can do this. Because if we do a stretch bar slider, we can completely get rid of that. Maybe maybe change an end step? Change an end step? Actually, let me try that. Let me try that. But yeah, if we still get the artifacting there, what we're going to do is make a stretch bar. Where we're just going to stretch the width based off of where our mouse is located. Nah, same thing. I figured as much. It's my monitor, like I said. That is me monitor. Because I can do it with my mouse, too. If I can do it with my mouse, then this has nothing to do with it. Like, meaning, like, if you look at my mouse, you can see my mouse artifacting in the same facet that does. And that's due to the fact that I have a 60 FPS monitor, and this is moving and refreshing at a rate faster than 60 FPS. So it's going to cause slight artifacting. I have a very old monitor, man. This is, I think this monitor is about 11 years old. I lived in California with my ex when I got this. It was a good Black Friday sale. I was like, fuck yeah. And just like, I'm not actually like a heavy and like... Hold on here. Okay, so we can do something with this here. Here. Let's see here. We take this. We could take those out. And then we do this. I think this is gonna work. Oh no, we're gonna have to... Where are we at here? Draw transformed. Do I want to do this? It's gonna involve more code. Should be fine though. Scale. We're scaling X. This isn't gonna do it. This is just gonna pull a coordinate, and this is gonna make it like go to Egypt. I'm like pretty much 100% on that. You don't need it to draw itself. Having it draw itself like that. Okay. So let's have this one fail here really quick. Yeah, let's have this one fail really quick. We're about to have a really big line up here, which I guess really isn't failing then if we know it's going to happen. Oh, we got an error instead. Oh, that's impressive. What did you give me the error for? Not set before. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Why did I do that? You just don't really know. Yeah, I don't. I've never been one to know anything about repairing hardware in that regard. Still getting an error. You don't like it? Okay. Don't like that. So we're gonna need a max value then for this. And we're going to need a minimum value. And they're going to have to be based off of the size of the slider bar. So we have... So we can do something with this here. So we take this. We'll do this at the end. Is it really? Why is it categorizing my frame as games? My actual game? I don't have any game. It doesn't show a game title for me. Why are you... Why? Because I put it in my title? I can't control that. I don't... There is no game. Let me show you all of this. I literally don't have a game selected. Where are we at here? Studio YouTube. That's the chat. Hold on, which one is this? Live stream and one more page? Yeah. Yeah, look at this. See? No game. As you can see, you can't hit the save button. So I didn't edit out the game or anything. I don't have a game selected, I can't. That's YouTube, not me. Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. That ain't my fault. What's good, Nightsoul? How you doing? Watch your video from 9 months. Warframe? Take gaming off? No, it's considered gaming. I mean, game development's still gaming at the end of the day. Search for game development. Is there game development as a unique tag? Let me see here. No, there isn't, man. It's a drop-down menu. Auto... Yeah, autos and vehicles, comedy, education, entertainment, film and animation, gaming, how-to and style, music, news and politics, non-profits and activism, people and blogs,
pets and animals, science and technology, sports, travel and events. This is literally, yeah, this is the best place for me. Oh well, I'll take the algorithm boost, man. What do you, I'm not complaining. That's called an algorithm boost. Just for my question, did it go better with the ban or worse? They have not backed off their stance on it, which is why I quit the game and I'm now making my own game. You'll see that guide video on my channel for a 33-hour run while I was playing balloons at the same time. I did that with a hand cam to prove I wasn't a bot. And they never backed down from their stance of saying that I was going to get a permaban for my next infraction. So the game no longer became therapy for me. It was simple as that. Simple as that. Honestly, I think we're just gonna go with the other system. I don't like the artifacting. Baker, you're not doing it. Why are you being lazy? Okay, so how do we make this understand? Yeah, it's life, man. It's, I've dealt with it for, you know, it was like 5.5 years that I had dealt with it, so it wasn't anything new to me, you know. What I can say to people is don't, it probably wouldn't be a good idea to try to get a job through DE by breaking the game and then telling them how to fix it. Probably not a good idea to do that. Probably not a good idea. I don't think that's how they look for employees. I tried that and I, you know. Alright, let's start with here and see if this just draws itself. Okay, good. We got it to draw. Alright. Where does this... mouse slider bar... Oh, these are sprites. I thought I was looking at something wrong here. Objects... mission 1, pause. Where's pause? Here we go. And mob count. Come over here. What kind of game do you want to make? Right now, essentially what we're making is a... let's call it an ARPG with game modes influenced by endless modes in Warframe, raids / Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft, and boss fights in Final Fantasy. Be the easiest way to describe. You'll have endless modes for farming out levels and everything, and they'll have modifiers to help you get levels faster, both enemy levels and your levels. Based on the mission, they'll have different set modifiers to scale things faster, which I always wanted to see out of Warframe endless modes was ways to use your power creep to increase your actual rate of scaling. And then I'll have like dungeon style things which will have more of like mechanics that are inspired by like World of Warcraft and stuff like that, but they'll be taking place in a much faster facet than you would find in World of Warcraft due to the fact that WoW has global cooldowns and stuff, and it's naturally a much slower game due to that. And then like individualized boss fights that will be inspired by Final Fantasy, because I really like the rhythm to Final Fantasy boss fights, and that's something I would like to be able to replicate. Not so much replicate, but do to a style that fits within the bounds of this 2D game and such. Because they use a lot of the mechanics used in Final Fantasy boss fights are just good fundamental boss fight mechanics, and it's the same with other games like Lost Ark and such. They use within the same types of lines of fundamental like mechanics and how the mechanics interact with the player and how the player has to interact with the mechanics. And I think that for me, at least, out of all the years that I've been playing video games, like 25 years and such, I've found more that like Final Fantasy has been my like most enjoyable replayable boss fights. At least Final Fantasy Online, I should say. The role-playing aspect, or the turn-based one for Final Fantasy, that I like the mythology behind it, but the mechanics themselves wouldn't work well. That's a different story there. Yeah. It'll be something, the code. I don't know how else to describe that, man. It'll be something else. It'll be something else. We're gonna have to figure out, if we do this, there's gonna have to be a way for it to detect when we load it up the value, unless we just want to default the value every time and then have the player set afterwards. But then it's still gonna have to know how to hold and what to hold it with. So what number am I gonna use for it to know that? I guess we'll have to store the extended value. And I guess we could just store that into a simple init file, to be honest. That's our standard stuff we've stored everything else in. And because that file is extremely light right now, isn't it? Aren't you a light file right now? You should be like fucking under... It'd just be kilobytes in size right now. Yeah, you're fucking 1 kilobyte, that's fine. 372 bytes, yeah, I'm plenty fucking fine to throw more information in there. When my game gets attention. I hope people enjoy it enough to give it attention. That's what I can say. That's what I can say to that. But I thank you. I thank you. $93. Do 93. And then that should make it start in the beginning. Right now what we're working on is a slider for the player in Endless Missions to be able to adjust their mob density, because currently I have a system that I implemented like, I don't know, a week ago or so, that actually detects essentially what it does is it reads your CPU steps and then it compares it to your game's wanted FPS that you'll set, and it makes it so that it never goes under that actual set threshold. And I'm making it so the player... So essentially what that is adaptive mob spawning. The better the computer you have, you can actually have greater mob spawning. And right now we're setting it up so the player can set a slider to essentially dictate their overall mob density that they want, no matter what. This is what it looks like on cap for mine with a 2060 and a 10400. Okay, that totally was the wrong thing to... Why did I change the Y? Be the X. And obviously that's not the right thing. The X. That, right there. I'm dumb. Beautifully dumb sometimes. I don't know why I selected that. Oh, it'd be 992. I'd be subtracting 175 from now. That makes more sense to me. And that gives me 817, which then gives me my coordinates I need there. I guess I could just have it even... I guess to better secure that, I can have it pick up its right bounding box coordinates for the actual... this thing, it's the black bar itself, and then have that coordinate set as the beginning X coordinate. I don't know. Okay, so we got that looking like that. So what we're gonna do here is should you have an enemy unit despawner that destroys enemies that have been knocked back by other enemies to corners? No, I actually have a system already for that. If they get knocked too hard into a corner, they can actually get pushed into a wall and then reset their position automatically. It'll choose a random location for... Here, I'll actually show you that system here real quick. Were you here? Were you here? Was it here? Parent collision. Here we go. Fairly convoluted code, and I'm thinking of throwing a couple, what's it called? I'm thinking of throwing a couple arrays in here to shorten up code and everything, but yeah. Essentially what it does is if they have their actual center XY coordinate interact with the wall itself, so they have to, it has to be like right in the center of the mob, it'll then run a code where it just says I random 11 because I have 11 spawn points within the map. It'll do that, and then it'll check, and then whichever number that lines to, that's the number it'll run to. And it'll spawn them to that location there. And then I have another security one to where if they get knocked into a wall a little too hard, but they don't have it so that the center XY is doing that, but I still exist, it'll automatically make it so that they set point direction, and this point direction ignores all interactions. So it'll be able to get itself unstuck if it needs to. So there's no collisions that take place during that time. Or at least no collision mechanics that prevent movement, I should say. Yeah. Yeah, I coded that into a parent enemy, and then I made all, because this engine has a way so you can make things a parent, and what that allows you to do is actually just automatically pull variables from other, from that, so it essentially saves you time on coding and stuff like that, and it just makes things really easy to do at that rate. Because all you have to do is you come over to, say like this one has a parent of that. And as you can see here, there's the parent code right there. And it doesn't have any resource extra cost or anything like that. It just actually directly copies it into its code set itself. It's not pulling from or anything like that in the sense of a like a send or something like that. Okay. I want to take that. I wonder if I could make it so that it stretches until it meets with the mouse coordinate. Can I just... check if one or more instances intersect a point? We could possibly use something with this. Let's just try a basic if variable, and we can say if, we'll use place meeting, should I use place meeting? Instance, is there... I cannot spell place to save my life right now. Place free, place meeting, place empty. Let's try position. We're gonna probably use place. It has an object there, and I don't want to do that. Oh, wait, I can just tell that to be the object. Shut up, stupid. Jesus. You have trouble with terrain collision in Unity 3D games. If too stiff... You mean steep of a cliff? You go towards... You'll clip through it. Is that a movement speed based thing? Like if you approach it too quickly, you'll clip through it? Or is that just a general thing? What I could say you may want to do steep. Okay, and what are you trying to intend the player to do? Is to go up the hill automatically, but lose horizontal momentum, or Let's try mouse. Let's just try like mouse X and Y X. Let's... Yeah, we could do mouse Y too, because we're only going to be... Is there a way to just do self? Actually, we're just going to call it that thing. Actually, we might be able to do self with it. It's a constant, so it should equals false. And then... Do we have something here for... Let's just try bar stretch for right now. And then we're gonna call it 1. Right? We want to scale X, so we call that to that, and then that to that. Never mind. That's it. But yeah, what are you looking to have done with that? Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Alright. We're getting there. Is that really just gonna stretch in one direction? So we gotta figure out how to stretch it only in that, or it's gonna stretch in both directions. We're getting there though. One thing at a time. Yeah, okay. Alright, alright. Why? Why doesn't this stretch only in one direction? Maybe there's something in a draw here that'll do that. Understandable, understandable. Yeah, I don't know how well Linux runs with, or Unity runs on Linux. That's frustrating. Why isn't that wanting to stretch appropriately? I want to stretch... Well, I guess that's not really inappropriately, to be honest. It makes sense. Maybe there's a stretch in there, I don't know. Let's see. There, actually. Oh god, this would be a really crude way of doing it, but I think it might work. Hold on. I'm just gonna do something really, really fucking crude here. Oh god. What I was thinking about here, I could just literally make a new one. Literally just make a new one. I don't know why it's not stretching. Maybe there's something with bounding box I can do. Maybe there's something with just bounding box I could do with that. That's kind of frustrating. Well, then what's stopping you from doing it? If you're able to get Linux over, or get Unity over on Linux. No, so there's nothing stopping you, just generalized. Okay. Just generalized procrastination. Understood. Understood, sir. Oh, I just had a fucking idea. I think I figured out how to fucking do this. We're gonna go back with the other one, but I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. Could use the slider part. Fucking right we could. Fucking right we could. Fucking right we could. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this mob slider bar, right? And it's going to detect the position of this while it's interacting with this. And wherever that interaction is, it's going to spawn that. It's going to draw on the GUI the mob slider. And then when it is no longer, when this mob slider no longer is interacting with our mouse, it will delete itself, and then a new one will spawn only
when the other one is not present anymore. And we're going to have all that done between the both of them. This is just going to be here to delete itself and to show you where it is. And then we're going to use the slider over here to actually do the spawning and the indicating on where it's going to be located. That's what we're going to do. Give me a moment here. I'm going to get some caffeine in me. Alright, and we just gotta figure it out. But that is the play. That is the fucking play. And this should get rid of the thing, the whole issue. So we can come in here. Okay. We'll have it clicked. And we'll say, we'll get rid of this, and we're going to drop into here and say, if clicked true, right? Click true. That. And we say if instance exists, object mob slider, yeah, equals false. Come on, work with me. Come over. Listen. Oh. That what I want to do? That what I want to do? Is that what I want to do? I think that's what I want to do. This feels right so far. I had to do this. This is what you need. You need this right here. Okay, that's cool. And then we do this here. No, this here, dumbass. Listen. Stupid. And let's just do that. That. Okay, let's watch this just draw the hell out of them first. Just double check we're heading in the right direction before we continue on. Okay. Do we... That's weird. Let's just throw you up on the top. Like that. Huh. Huh. What if we just did that? Alright. Boom. Just like that. What if we did that? Actually, hold on. That's gonna run next step. Issue. Boom. Okay, let's see here. This will run on creation, and then it should have something to do with the GUI then. No? You still don't like it? Unknown object? Unknown object. What are you talking about, the unknown object? You talking about the slider? Draw event for mob. For mob slider. Where are we at here? This one? What did I do? Oh. Fuck, I'm stupid. Yeah. I'm a winner. Alright. Are you streaming on other sites? No, no. I was thinking about maybe Twitter, but I don't know. And Twitch, I'm just not gonna really take the chance of streaming on there and getting banned. Because I've already been banned. Thanks, Warframe. I just wanted to know why I was getting banned. Warframe. Oh man, I fucking love it. It's great. It feels fucking wonderful. I mean, to be fair though, like, the gaming and development side of, like, Twitch really isn't large at all. Thor is the only reason, and Primogen are the only reason why it has any sort of numbers, in my subjective opinion. Okay, there we go. We got that showing, at least. If expression hovering equals false, then delete. Not hovering. Destroy instance. Let's see what happens there. Damn it. Oh, we're getting so close. Why do you still do this to me? We're getting there though. I mean, like, we've remade the same system in a different way. Fuck. Why? You're supposed to delete it if it's... Fuck. Does not delete fast enough. Oh, God. Oh. Does not delete fast enough. We're getting somewhere though. Oh man. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. We're getting somewhere, I guess. I don't know. We found another way to make this, I guess. We found another way to make it. Oh. We can probably use something with this though to detect on the XY coordinate on here or the X coordinate in order to know what value to set everything to. So this is probably the better direction to go into, is using this in order to spawn it, because then we can read the X position of this and where it is located in that, and then use that to dictate the number of the multiplier that we're going to have for mobs themselves. So regardless, I think this is a good way to go about it in a good direction. Because either way, we would have had to use some type of detection on this slider in order to do so. So using it directly within the slider itself is probably just going to give us a better result overall. Nice, I like when that doesn't work. There. Anyways. Alright, and now we only got 2 errors. That's why I ignore those errors. They're not real errors. They're just based off of things that are set as zeros, and I have it saving a number, and the 0 is being read as false, and it's like, I can't read this. It's when you get in the game, you'll be able to, but I can't right now. I don't know what you want. You do know what I want when I want it. Okay. That's all that matters. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna take this number here, right? And then we're going to add at the end of it 1.3, right? And what this will do is make it so that no matter the percentage that this is, it will set it to the correct values. So we don't have to worry about, like, if a player wants to go minus, like they want to go back in and they want to set the value different and everything. And I could have done that in the beginning, but I like to work through my system slowly so that I can feel the upgrades or feel the changes in the code and everything like that. Okay, and we're at scale 3. There's our mob cap. That is confirmed mob cap. Now we come over here. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to do. I wanted to take out expression hovering from this, and I wanted to allow the player to click wherever they wanted to. This way, if they just want to throw it to 100 and they want to rip their mouse over to like Egypt, it's not gonna matter. Like they're not gonna be bothered with it. It's not gonna affect them at all. So hold on here. Let's get that confirmation of mob count. Okay, that is definite confirmation. Let one more flood come through. Okay. So what we're gonna do now, click on it. We can go wherever we want, click it off. And now put it in the mob count. Is it minus? I'm confused. Would value then... Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. We do this at 100, and then other than that, that would make it go under. We want it to go over. Do we -3? Is that it? We -3? Doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, can we create a... This is a get global variable. Set global variable. No, okay. Could we create a Could I create a temporary global? Kinda would like to. Just to make this thing not a global anymore. Let me do that first. Let me do that first. Let me see if I can do that first. Actually, we'll do that to that, right? What we can do is right before we'll rename it actually. Global mob total. And then that will like that. And then this way, this is just temporarily created, so it doesn't, we don't have to have another global in here. So it only creates the global when it's necessary. Let's see if that works first. At 3. 1.3. Beautiful. I got how we can do this. I got this. Sometimes just doing the action of what the player needs to do will make you think of what you need to do to make everything work correctly. So whenever you're stumped on something, just start doing what you want the player to do. And sometimes you'll figure out exactly how to set it up to make it work correctly. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're setting this back to its default value, and then we run the equation again for this, and then it sets it. And then this way, if the player wants to go back in, whenever they reset it to whatever number they want to, it'll reset appropriately every single time. After we get this working, we're going to create a box that you can hit, and you can enter in the values yourself, and you don't have to have a slider. And you're going to be like, Baker, why the hell did you work on the slider? Well, if you weren't here yesterday, I need to eventually learn things for volume and stuff like that, so I wanted to learn how to do a slider before I moved on, and I figured this would be a good place to have it. because I can give the player different options, and we're going to do something a little unique with the slider too. To just kind of like a little layer to it, if you will, to give it something unique. And it's nothing more than visual aesthetics, but it's just a nice little thing that we'll end up adding. So let's see here. We want to go to 100. Why? Oh, it's relative. Son of a bitch. I thought I unchecked relative. I want you to become the value, not combine into the value. Okay. Now we're at 1.3. And we see the mob increase. Now we want to come back in here. Want to set it to around 50. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Now we want to come back over. We'll set it up to 100. Let's flood it up, and then we're going to reduce it down to nothing. Okay, come back over here. Now base. Fucking beautiful. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. That feels good. That feels good right there. That feels really good. Look at that. Look at that control. Oh. Oh, that is so nice. Oh, man. That feels good right there. That feels good. Alright, let's do one more test in here with better gear on. Alright, we're at our minimum mob count. Now we want to increase it. Go to 100. Okay, we can clearly see a massive difference. Now we come back over. Want to set it to down to the minimum again. There it is, completely cleared up. Now we want to come over to, let's say, 75%, roughly. Okay, we want to go to 25%. And do 24. Oh my god, that feels so fucking good. That is, clean up the war. That feels good. Alright, let's have some fun now. Let's do a little bit of something here. Let's do a little bit of something here. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna have a little fun with this. We're gonna give this no sprite, right? And we're gonna say if here's my value. AI. Equal to 20. And we're just gonna make this look really sloppy at first.